the depths of space where chaos reigns, a legend awakens to play his games. Collects his name, feared far and wide. With steel in his eyes, he'll never abide. He's back in the fold, with vengeance untamed, to reclaim his throne in the game he's framed. Through piracy's fire, he'll forge his own fate. With Star Citizen spirit, he'll never abate. Cutlet returns with a roar in the void. His ship a beast, his crew deployed. Against all odds, they'll rise once more. For the hardcore spirit, they'll fiercely soar. The Deaths may try to dull their edge, but true players know it's their game's pledge. With each new patch, they adapt and thrive. In the lawless expanse, they'll come alive. They'll master the art of piracy's dance. Their knowledge a weapon, their will a lance. No enough can quell their fervent call. For they're the hardcore, they'll never fall. Cutlet returns with a roar in the void. His ship a beast, his crew deployed. Against all odds, they'll rise once more. For the hardcore spirit, they'll fiercely soar. Through glitches and bugs, they'll push ahead. Their passion ablaze, no compromise fed. In unity they stand, their voices loud. For the heart of the game, they'll make us stand proud. Cutlet returns with a roar in the void. His ship a beast, his crew deployed. Against all odds, they'll rise once more. For the hardcore spirit, they'll fiercely soar. In the vast expanse where stars collide, Cutlet and his brethren will forever abide. For in this game's realm, they'll reign supreme. A testament to hardcore, a legendary dream.
All right, welcome everybody. I hope you're doing all right. Oh, good. What day is today? I wanted to say happy, but then I realized I don't know what date it is today. Happy Wednesday, I guess. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are starting our time waste in Star Citizen. Who knows? We might actually just make Star Citizen to be our background while we do some useless things in Eve. I still do not know how it will go. All right, just a little bit of a warning. As I mentioned, this week will be tight on schedule. The streams are not gonna be long. I already started pretty late, so yeah, expect me to end the stream in like about 5 hours. Happy Father's Day to all the Danes. This is the Danish Father's Day. Okay. Anyway, happy Father's Day, guys. Once again, welcome everybody. And we are starting out. Hi. Hope you're good. Oh, God, give me strength to play this game. All right. Please. Always gotta be different, right? Oh, you know what we're gonna do? Before we get into the game, I wanna watch A1's video. He will be talking about problems, I guess, judging from the name in the flat model. I'm actually curious to hear out his perspective, and I just want to see how it connects with what I think is wrong or right in a flat model. Yeah, let's go do that. Let's go and do that. All right, let's go and do that. Okay. Star Citizen Flight Crisis. Let me explain. We will let him explain, okay? Nothing bad in that.
So, I never thought I'd have to make this kind of video. But I think at this point, I don't really have a choice. Star Citizen is having a crisis of identity when it comes to flight. It seems like through all the different flight models that we've had since 2014, they've kind of gone over and rehashed a lot of things that didn't work in the past, but now just rebranded to different things now.
100%. We keep going back and forth, like circle jerking the same ideas, and the ideas get slightly changed, and just get different names. I think one of the reasons for that is slowly over a decade, certain developers just come and go. Yeah, just like fashion. But certain developers come and go, and then new developers who come in, they don't have a hands-on experience with older flight models. They only heard about it. And they think they're like inventing something new. In reality, yeah, it's not like that.
Now, I have played every single patch since the game first came out.
Yep.
Every single flight model, every single iteration, every single tuning, and every single ship since the game first came out.
Yep.
And there's a lot of things that I've really enjoyed through that process, and a lot of things that I feel like they tried, but it just didn't work. Now, the purpose of this video is to help educate and inform you guys on just exactly the issues that are causing Star Citizen, I think, to have a bit of a crisis.
Man,
Combat.
I feel so bad. Every time he shows dogfighting, he always shows like Zarek, like the same clip. He just kills Zarek over and over and over again in this clip. I feel bad for Zarek, not gonna lie. I feel bad for Zarek. Stop shaming Zarek, please. Just find another clip. I beg you.
That, in general, has to work. And in order for it to work, we have to get to a place where multi-crew ships are viable, fighters are viable, things are working so that the game can express itself, and also people don't feel like they're playing a pay-to-win game, or that ships are large,
Oh no, that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
ineffective, and there's only a few meta ships that everyone has to fly. We want to avoid these situations.
I think that you cannot avoid these situations. The way CAG over the years like made the game, the way they control freak the ships, like the way the ships have really no freedom to be outfitted, like, because everything, the amount of slots for the specific items is 100% like limited. This ship has only 2 shields, this ship has only 1 shield, this ship has only 1, etc, etc, etc. When you have a system like that, I don't think we will ever get to a more diverse meta. Like, you can look at the games like EVE Online, maybe even Elite Dangerous and some other games. It doesn't even have to be a space game. But the moment like you cripple down those choices, that's the moment where there will be very definitive meta. At least for a specific activity. Obviously, you won't be dogfighting in a Reclaimer, and you won't be salvaging in a Gladius, right? Which is also a good sign of how crippled down it is. If there was a generic salvaging tool however it would work in the Star Citizen realities, it couldn't, obviously, because everything is so physicalized and the boxes are so physicalized that you could a better example would be tractor beaming. A perfect example would be tractor beaming. Like, why ships cannot have tractor beams on the weapon hardpoints? Perfect example. Like, because you want to sell the specific ships that do the specific things to get the specific amount of money out of your audience. So that's why I think, like, the metas are always going to be there, right?
We want to get to a place where every ship is viable in some way, that people can defend themselves no matter what ship they are. But over the years, what I've noticed is CIG will take a flight model, start working on it, and almost get there, and then throw it out and start.
And then they cannot push this almost. This is a 100% correct statement. They cannot push this almost because they never have time to tweak it with the values. That's been a thing over the years with Star Citizen. They always promise that this new model will allow us to manipulate the values easily, so we can on the fly do the changes and assess the balance and make the game better. What ends up, they spend infinite amount of time developing a new tool set, a new thing. Then they do like basic primary tuning so something works somehow. Okay? And then what they do, they move on to other things, because higher ups and marketing are telling them that this needs to be done to earn more money and to push whatever invisible tasks we don't even see to, like, you know, like a long-term like goals. And they don't still have teams that I've been talking for years that will never focus on that, that will work purely on state of the live game. And I'm not talking about the live experience team that would gather the feedback. I'm talking about the developing team that will be working purely on satisfying the needs and balance needs, player base needs, with all the problems and balancing and bugs on the live environment. So that step never happens. And then the moment they realize it's been broken for many years, they will like, maybe we just need reward. I have a great idea. Maybe we'll just rework everything. And player base like goes, no. You can achieve similar goals working with your current model. You just have to dial in the values, correct? You don't need to come up with some a magical new thing that will save us all, because it will not save us all, because we all know that it won't. Because, like, it's not about just reworking stuff and giving it a different UI. It's about tuning in values patch after patch so they make sense. What do you mean 500? They have 1,000 now. And they cannot dedicate like a team for that kind of thing. I mean, yeah, you're probably right. It probably is like 500 because other 500 is marketing department. I agree, yeah. So if we take actual developers, it's probably like 500 distributed across all the disciplines, including like lore and other stuff. And then the other half is just the marketing department, right?
Start completely new from the ground up.
Yeah, flight developers is probably like 10, exactly, maybe 20. In a game that is about space combat and flight, right? Like, at least it's a huge part. And yeah, that's you can feel the what you call it, priorities here in hiring, right? You can see the priorities here in hiring and why we are exactly where we are. right now.
Seen this happen 4 separate times on 4 different flight models. And
Yep.
at this point,
He's
I'm
right.
throwing my hands up in the air and I'm asking the tough questions. What are we doing?
Yeah. I don't know why he's asking these questions only now, because like I don't know if he was asking those questions earlier, but at the start of the video he said it's probably like I didn't think about like whatever making such a video that we'll have to make it, and now he's making it, so probably he's being polite here, right? He is being polite here because, like, you know me, I'm straight. I would add at least what the fuck are we doing for all these years and make it sound much less polite, but, you know, I guess maybe they can listen this way better because everyone is so fragile nowadays, you know? They hide when they see the fuck word.
Because there are some fundamental flaws in the logic in which like CIG is going about trying to adjust their flight models. And a lot of it has to do with the fundamental design rather than the individual little tunings that have been going on. So that we can actually start.
I think it's both. I think it's both. I think fine tunings, maybe they're less important, but they're extremely important. They probably go like second after obviously the main design logic. Yeah.
Start playing the game and feeling a little bit less like this.
You're putting him out of the misery. All right, download a patch. Bye.
Since Star Citizen was originally concepted,
Look, Cutlass
it's
Blue.
always been argued as a space sim. Now, a lot of people have been saying over the years that Star Citizen is becoming less and less of a space sim and much more of a space shooter. Now, I think this sometimes is something that people don't realize, in the sense that in the 90s, when Freelancer and Star Wars games and all those space quote-unquote sims were actually playable, they were much more of a space shooter,
Yeah.
and they didn't do what's called 6 degrees of freedom.
Yeah, of course.
They had what's called 3 degrees of freedom. So essentially what they were was planes in space. You
Yep.
couldn't really strafe. You could maybe drift a little bit in some of the old games like Free Space, but games like X and versus TIE Fighter,
Oh my God.
Freelancer, and a
Oh,
lot of
that's
these
so
kind of
nice to see, bro. So good memories about this shit.
90s space shooters were considered space sims at the time. So I think when Chris says, I want to make the best space sim ever, I think what he's really saying is I want to make the best space shooter ever. And don't forget too,
I don't think like he even knows at this point what he wants to make. It was just marketing, those words.
Chris Roberts is a cinematics kind of guy. He's a dream.
Yeah, and that's like one of the biggest problems with this game, I think, that he is a cinematic kind of guy. And I think it might actually tank the project long term, right?
He's somebody who has lots of crazy ideas, obviously has been successful in Hollywood, but I'd hardly consider him to be a hardcore PC gamer, considering his original pitch for the Kickstarter he was holding an Xbox
Yeah,
controller.
hardcore. Yeah.
Now, this isn't a knock on Chris Roberts. He doesn't have to be a
It's not a knock, it's just facts. Right? It's just facts.
super sweaty PvPer to enjoy his own product. But I think people have to taper their expectations when it comes to Star Citizen, in the sense that it's not going to be a space sim.
Well, I think no one wants a space sim. That's the thing. I think no one actually wants a space sim, because if we will run a space sim, we will be, again, it's the argument I keep coming back. If we're gonna have a space sim, we will be infinitely accelerating until we run out of fuel, and we will be sending nuclear missile warheads towards approximate destination of a target, and we will be hoping to, like, I'm talking about like hundreds of thousands of kilometers into the interception course, right? And we'll be hoping just the blast, it will explode somewhere near before the target ship manages to change direction, so the blast wave will get them. That's what we are going to be playing, right? So, Like, yeah, no one really wants a true sim. That is, it's not going to be, and that's not what we're looking for, right? We are looking for a great space game in the first place. And sim, you can throw it out of the window. You may not throw it out the window. Like, it's more to say that they're trying to be like as pseudo realistic with the physics of movement as they can, but then they have to like put limitations on top of it, right? So yeah.
Idea of Space Sim is basically just a marketing ploy. What
Kinda,
Star
yeah.
Citizen is probably going to become is your typical space shooter. Now, in order for that to happen, we got to make some hard choices, because right now they're trying to make a 6 Degrees of Freedom game accessible to as many people as possible.
Yeah, it's quite
And that's
hard.
a difficult task.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And the more they will try to make the game appealing to the masses, the more they will have to move away from it, unless they find like a balanced spot that ships that utilize the 6 Degree of Freedom like to its full potential are rarely flown by the experts, right? By the aces. But then again, the game is playable for everyone else. En masse, right? With bigger stuff. So, but then again, it's playable but by everyone else. But those aces and light fighters are not completely shit on, because they won't play it either, right? If they are completely like underpowered. So it's really hard to strike that balance.
Because 6 Degrees of Freedom is the most difficult type of game you could possibly try and make. There is simply not enough games out there.
I don't think it's the most difficult type of game to make, but I think it's one of the most difficult type of games to make, so it's fun and engaging. And it's fun not only for a 0.1%. And that fun is also relative, because like you can get fun through suffering. That's all that we are all doing this with Star Citizen, but this is a very specific niche case where it's not fun for you. It's a constant struggle. You train completely unfun, boring, and like bad mechanics that just to utilize at their best, but you're just getting the fun of the fact that you are the only degenerate in the entire world that actually bothered doing this, and you're like good at it. And because it's not fun, because it's like it's just stupid, takes the insane amount of time while being not fun, but you still did it, you can like win a certain scenario, and that what fun it brings. But is the whole process fun? Very questionable, right? So it's a really hard line to, you know, to draw.
In the common ether for people to understand, there's very few games that even have this kind of mechanic system. And so naturally what happens is the learning curve, or the barrier to entry, is very, very high. Now, this can also mean that the depth of the gameplay, and there's so many benefits that come from having such a unique experience, that Star Citizen really can kind of solidify itself as being a very unique thing. And what we've gotten at...
But the problem is, for now, for what they showed in any flight model, there is no kind of experience, long-term experience with that you get. Like, you just have to like build up your muscle memory for specific things, and there is like nothing beyond that. Like, we still don't have like the game around it that we would see, okay, that makes sense to do that, because then it allows me, like, you know, what's it for?
The moment is a very strange hybrid between a 3 Degree of Freedom game and a 6 Degree of Freedom game.
Yeah, and I think it will be like that. It will keep being like that. We will never get the full 6 Degree of Freedom. Like, every time we got it, like, it just doesn't work out. Like, it just doesn't.
Now, CIG on many occasions has drawn inspiration from other shows and movies and television series to kind of get the ship movement in combat to a certain place that they want to make it feel. And so many times we've seen people in CIG reference, you know, Star Wars and Battlestar Galactica. But the sad reality is those two different styles of movement are fundamentally different.
Yeah.
Because Star Wars functions.
Even if you look at his screen right now, so if someone is getting an illusion of, look, this was fun, what's going on the screen, you have to understand instantly. These are two people that are committed to fighting in Arena Commander. This combat rarely happens in a PU with the previous fight model. They're committed, they're not like, they're professionals, right? To an extent, at least. I honestly don't know the name targeted, right? So I cannot say on behalf of that guy, but they're both committed to like that combat. And still, you can see the combat is a lot about aiming. And what you see, they would constantly joust like this, right? And then the aim, and pass. Aim. It's not even like, even this combat doesn't look okay, personally for my liking, right? So I cannot even advocate for the previous flight model because it just also doesn't feel good. It's like muscle memory, aiming, and majority of the time, you would see your enemy, like Avenger 1 right now sees on this stop frame. This is a 20 pixel wide bounding box, targeting box for the ship. And the ship itself is like probably like 10 pixels, maybe. And that's all you see in majority of cases, right? There are very limited amount of skilled individuals who can pull off like night fighting, who were able to pull off like night fighting in the previous fight model. But that's granted the circumstances. That's mostly against a lesser skilled opponent who is also committed. Like, if you try to do the night fighting on a more experienced opponent, they just, if they don't want to do that, if they are scared of it, or like they will just gain distance and keep like doing some similar to what's going on the screen right now. So knife fighting. Did I say night fighting? I'm sorry, knife fighting. My bad, I misspoke.
On a completely different principle that Battlestar Galactica.
See, like, the moment they get close for a second, we're back to like 300, 400 meters, and it's like few pixels
So I'm
picture.
going to play you guys a few different clips from these different TV shows and explain kind of what's going on in these realms so that we can better understand what Star Citizen is trying to achieve and what we have right now and how that's not conducive to the health of the game. Now, I remember watching Star Wars Episode 1 when I was a kid and being fascinated with the style of combat and flights. But as
because it's a movie. They just make the ships fly the way the director wants them to fly, right? It has nothing to do with the game. That's the whole thing. They will select the proper camera angles. They will make the ships fly in 3D the way they want it, just for it to be cinematic.
You can see from these examples, the movie and Star Wars in general functions on a very simple principle.
Yeah, they fly forward.
World War II dogfighters could only move in 3 degrees, which means I can go forward, I can move to the left and right, up and down, that kind of stuff, but I've only got my 3 degrees of freedom. And fundamentally, like the nature of how Star Wars combat functions and why it's cinematic the way it is because ships can only go 3 different ways. They basically function like planes in space. And although it makes for incredibly cinematic and beautiful chase fighting, which Star Citizen on many occasions has been arguing for, they're saying, oh, we want to have chase fighting in our game, we want to have nose to tail kind of stuff. Well, nose to tail behavior comes specifically from 3 degrees of fighting.
Yeah, so nose to tail actually appeared in Star Citizen with the master modes in Atmo. There is some nose to tail action, and I think it's enough of it. Like, you cannot push it more, so it starts happening. And in space, yeah, it's not nose to tail, obviously.
I mean, let's take this example here from episode 2 where the Slave 1 is engaging the Jedi Starfighter. In this situation in space, there is no reason why Obi-Wan can't just turn around and
fight him
engage his
back.
target.
Yeah.
Because in Star Wars land, you know, if you slow down, apparently you'd fall out of the sky in space.
Yeah.
So there's always going to be a level of belief suspension that has to happen for Star Wars fundamentals.
Yeah, like with the way the ship is able to maneuver in this cutscene with his like crazy rolls and how he flies around the asteroids and pitch and yaws, he would be able to pitch and turn on his opponent instantly, right?
Be the same. Now, Star Wars has always been this way, and so we as viewers and people that are watching, we watch Star Wars and we think, oh, this looks normal because everything behaves this way. But obviously in space, you'd just be able to turn around and engage, which is very, I guess you could say, true of this example here from Battlestar Galactica, which is much closer to what we used to have with our...
Oh, there's strafing, you see?
Now, the real question is, if Star Citizen's trying to make a combat system that feels cinematic, that has these moments of just beautiful dynamic combat shots, we also have to have agreement on the rule sets of how those ships move and function in the world. In the example shown here for BSG, we can see very clearly that the way that these fighters are behaving is very similar to what we had in the previous flight model. Any direction that they want to go, up, strafe, left, right, whatever, is independent of how the ship systems function and how the ships fly. It makes Battlestar Galactica's dogfighting and combat in general feel so much more believable because it's how you would expect something to fly in space properly.
Yeah,
Also,
it's closer to... Oh, look, that's a Vandal ship. Oh, wow, interesting. I thought Star Citizen ships were unique.
Language of very tiny fighters being small in space is also something that lends itself to what would actually be effective, considering if you were to fight an alien or hostile race of robotic dogfighting enemies.
Oh, no. Robotic and alien races will always, before they attack the humankind, they will always sign an agreement that they cannot rotate in space around their axis. So it's fair, you know.
But I mean, what the point I'm trying to make here is, if a Battlestar Galactica...
Oh, I know the Copperhead, trust me. The moment the what's it called? The dropship, the alien ship. Oh my god. Fuck my life. Prowler was released. I'm like, come on, like, could it be a little bit less obvious, please?
Galactica fighter comes up against a Star Wars X-Wing, the BSG fighter is just going to spin its nose onto you and shoot you, because in Star Wars land you have to fly like an airplane, and in Battlestar Galactica land you can fly like a spaceship. And the fundamental differences here are in the degrees of freedom that each ship expresses. Now, obviously Star Wars is more popular than BSG. It's a lot wider known. It fundamentally flies like planes in space, as you can see here in these examples with Star Wars Rogue One, which had some of the most beautiful, breathtaking shots I think Star Wars has ever made. I mean, if Star Wars is the benchmark for how Star Citizen combat is trying to cinematically feel, then you cannot have a 6 degrees of freedom game in the world of Star Wars. as we can see here, notice that everything that these X-Wings are doing and TIE fighters are
Just
all moving
forward.
directly towards where their nose is pointing. There's no strafing at all. There's no up, down, left, or right strafing. And this causes the nose to tail cinematic kind of behavior that we'd expect to see from, you know, World War II planes in space. These kind of dynamics, I think, is where Star Citizen is having a bit of an identity crisis. Because if we look at previous flight models, they keep on trying to dance between 3 degrees of freedom and 6 degrees of freedom. And what they're ended up doing is they're kind of failing at both.
100%. And that goes to a much bigger argument besides dogfighting. It goes to the whole game argument. I haven't yet seen any refined ideas of any mechanic where CAG would say, okay, we want this to be this and this. Right? It's like with every other mechanic in Star Citizen, not only dogfighting. It's just like A1 focuses obviously on combat, right? Like for years, you look at CAG and you see them throw the shit at the wall and just see what sticks. Literally.
Master modes, although it does reduce the scale floor.
And the problem in doing that is whatever sticks to the wall, it still stinks because it's shit. I'm sorry saying this, but like, tell me what is not shit. What doesn't have a shit state currently in Star Citizen? Like what game mechanic? Like with all my love to the game, with all like my heart is with the game. I want it to be good. I want it to develop, but name me one mechanic that is not shit. Salvaging? Boring. So many years of promising. Fucking ships disappear now when you munch. Combat? Avenger 1 is going through why the combat is bad. Mining? Awful scanning mechanics. Boring. Annoying. Not enough depth. Those like little tiny like details that they have, like control that stuff and put that thing, like the fact of how you have to scan for it, just boring. Trading, not there. Economy, not there. Bounty hunting, god markers. Criminal activities, no use. Like, if someone wants to blame on me for like calling out like all the mechanics or majority of them being shit, give me an argument so I can reconsider, and I might reconsider. The only really fully polished mechanic in Star Citizen is the pledge store. That's it. The pledge store and the marketing material with all the cinematics and all that. So it's not only about, unfortunately, the combat state. It's about the entirety of the game. And that's the sad truth. This was a good video from A1. Hey, Detox, I didn't notice you here. But it's the same arguments for going round and round. Lots of people are treating this wood tier implementation of MAM as a final product. The biggest frustration out of all of this is an absolute dogshit management at CAG. This isn't Yogi's fault. He's the next in line to season the shit sandwich. Yeah, that is totally not Yogi's fault. Yeah, I agree. Like, majority of my blame goes to marketing and to decisions from superiors, what should be a priority right here, right now. Yeah.
For a little bit to make it easier for pilots to get into, what they've essentially tried to do is ham fist a 6 degrees of freedom game into a 3 degrees of freedom game. And so my argument has always been, if you're going to do one the best you can do. Because if you're not going to make a true 6 degrees of freedom game, which is kind of much more what we had in the previous flight model, then just make it 3 degrees of freedom, you know? Like, because here's the thing. If you look at these fights, the speed at which these fighters are flying, banking, turning, and existing in this combat environment are incredibly fast. You know, the amount of speed in these turns, the amount of...
The problem is it's cinematics. Give me a second, I need to reply to my wife. Yeah, so this is cinematics directed by someone with a specific camera angles and all that shit.
the speed at which they can transition from vector to vector is...
I think you guys right now are being negative about this video. I think it's not about saying how to do it. I think it's more about like showing the fundamental issue with their approach. Like this video may not give the answers on how to do it, but it highlights like the fundamental problem of CAG not knowing what they want to achieve, and again throwing shit at the wall and end up being somewhere in the middle. It's same thing goes with an FPS experience. They were, for so many years, they were stating us, yeah, we want to get it like a more sim-like, you know, Arma, Tarkov, Squad. And then they roll us now the renewed hit markers, more TTK, and, you know, and like other stuff that is more like Call of Duty style. And it's like, you cannot just grab things in every game mechanic from two different like sides of spectrum and then slap them together in the middle and think it will work. Like, it won't. It will satisfy neither of the audiences. Right? You like, it's the same and it's the same thing with a marketing meta, what they're doing and to how many people they sell the ships. They're not like saying anything. They're trying to attract all the audiences possible from even line hardcore players without giving any specific promises to like casual guys that want like to Star Citizen to be a single player game with an F12 chat, right? And they're reaching out for all of those audiences just to gather as much money as possible without only purely on marketing BS talk, without giving any exact like ideas how at least now they see it progress and develop. So those people can dream about whatever gameplay they want without understanding that it will never happen. It's doing the same thing, but at least with marketing it works because it doesn't matter what will happen later. They're getting the money right now. And then those guys will be screwed, including me, right? When I end up playing like a single player Elite Dangerous, like I'll be screwed, right? For example. But the problem with the gameplay mechanics, we are experiencing it right here, right now. And when you bring like all the spectrum of possible, like just I'll grab this, I cannot come up with something good myself. So I'm gonna grab from every possible direction, slap the shit together, boom, and you end up with like a pile of crap, right? That's the problem. And it's everywhere. It's not like in one spot. And obviously the overpromise under-deliver like thing with Star Citizen that goes for years is kind of insane. That's like on top of everything else.
I mean, you're pulling an immense amount of G's. And the problem with Star Citizen's combat model right now is we have all these weird feeling combat ships with these invisible walls that you end up hitting. Master Modes introduces a whole ton of new mechanics to making flight feel so much more binary and much less based on, I guess you could say, a believable system. And what I mean by that is, if you've played Master Modes, you know that you're constantly switching between different modes, depending on your speed. If you strafe in certain directions at certain angles, at certain speeds, you're hitting these invisible speed walls, which are not intuitive, and it's also not in the public domain in terms of the public consciousness. People who play Star Citizen probably have absolutely no idea how 6 Degrees of Freedom actually functions and behaves. And so we have this weird cross between a 6 Degrees of Freedom game, which is what we had before, to a bastardized version of a 3 Degrees of Freedom game, which doesn't really give us the benefits of the speed and exciting kind of nature of gameplay that we'd expect from a 3 Degrees of Freedom game, which can be shown for examples like with Star Wars Squadrons being a true 3 Degrees of Freedom game. The speed at which the fights happen and the intensity of the combat is significantly more exciting than something like Star Citizen, which is attempting to be a cinematic fighter experience.
Yeah, I wanted to comment something and I already forgot. Oh, about like the speed limits. Like a lot of you heard my theory on how speed limiting should be done, and I think it's a superior theory to what CAG uses. I think it's not hard to implement. I will not go over it right now again. It will be more understandable for players. It will make more sense. It will make the game more systemic in the ship flight. That's all I can say. I will not go through it again. Like I'll almost every day I do it. So
we've kind of established the differences between 3 Degrees of Freedom and 6 Degrees of Freedom. And at the current time, Star Citizen is a 6 Degrees of Freedom game that's trying to pigeonhole our ships into flying more like what you see on the example here in 3 Degrees of Freedom, because it's more cinematic, it's more easier to pick up. There's less things for you to worry about because all you need to worry about is going forward, left, right, up, down.
Yep.
And this may be easier. This may be more available to the general public. This may be a much more simplified version of flight that a lot more people can wrap their heads around. But what we end up having is...
But again, his point is, if you want to go this way, just fucking do it, right? You guys are like being like super sarcastic in chat, because I noticed the chat and all that. I don't think you fucking like get the argument, or you just pretend to specifically not get the argument for the sake of like memeing on this video. But he is absolutely fucking right. Just make your mind, CAG. Right? Just make your fucking mind. You want a 3 Degrees of Freedom? Sure. Just like do 3 Degrees of Freedom and just be done with it. And say, okay, we understood, we've struggled for like fucking 10 years. We understand that shit doesn't work, right? But we will make a proper like 3 Degrees of Freedom like fun game or something. Obviously that won't happen, but the argument is there, and it's absolutely correct, right? Though I still think master modes get us to the better gameplay that we had. Like, you have to understand, there could be like multitude of arguments against something, and while I think that master modes bring us closer to the gameplay, well, I think a lot of people want, right? I think this argument that he's putting in is still valid. Yeah, right now we have 700 million degrees of freedom. That's the only thing we have. That is very, very good comment. I'm not gonna lie, yeah.
Is, I think, a lack of depth. And the whole Battlestar Galactica style of combat, which is kind of what we were, mostly playing with in the previous model, was just so difficult for people to pick up. So what Master Modes achieves is the attempt, at least, at creating a nose-to-tail environment in a space setting. And what they've done is they've basically locked combat speeds that actually can avoid fire and create deflections that are meaningful, locked to the higher end of the afterburner spectrum. Whereas if you try to fight in 6 Degrees of Freedom in your what's called SCM, you end up fighting at such a low speed against projectiles that are so much faster that it doesn't really matter what you do at those speeds, because you're gonna get hit no matter what happens. This leads to the whole issue we have now, where interceptors are so powerful in PvP combat because they can maintain and stay at a higher, I guess you could say, altitude or higher energy state for longer, which allows them to control the fight a lot better. Now, what this has done is it's made the combat feel horrendous, like just absolutely terrible, because you have to hold your boost down to have any meaningful speed to make any meaningful choices in combat. And as soon as you're out of boost and you can no longer maintain that speed, you have to enter nav mode and wait for your boost to recharge. And so, you know, what I said before about they've kind of got both games. They've got a 6th game, but only at low speeds, which is not meaningful in combat. So it's just a lie. And they've got a 3 Degrees of Freedom game at higher speeds because we have an asymmetrical quote unquote speed zone, which means we can only maintain our speed if our nose is the same direction as our vector.
Yeah, but then if we don't have this, we have all the fucking backstrafe, always keep your distance with backstrafe kind of bullshit. That is not fun either. That's the thing. Like, oh, I want to keep you, my perfect spot is like 300 meters, let's say. With this ship against this ship, I'll just keep like backpedaling and like do a corkscrew or whatever, and you're fucked because you have a bigger cross section, and I'll just like, I won't even maneuver around you. I'll literally stay in front of you, but keep doing that thing, and you just cannot hit me, right? So, yeah, asymmetrical thing, I don't think it's bad. Where does he shows
And
this?
they've got a 3 Degrees of Freedom game at higher speeds because we have an asymmetrical quote unquote speed zone.
So I don't think the asymmetrical thing is bad, right? I just think it has to be tuned better. I think they have to work on overall, what are overall SCM speeds? What are laterals on lighter ships? Yeah, I think that's important. Like, I don't think giving an ability for a ship to backstrafe as much as they can go forward with boost or something is a good idea. Again, that's my personal feeling as a non-professional dogfighter, as a person who spends majority of his time in a PU and get into engagement with both like higher and lower tier players. Yeah, so I think overall this is not a bad solution. And again, it all works with the logic of with the logic of what I propose to do with going above a CM speed, which is basically not drawing a manual values right into the oh, this ship can go this and this ship can go this, right? It's just utilizing the ability, your accelerations, your G's will define automatically and systemically how fast you can go above a CM any direction. So this egg shape will be created automatically. This avocado or egg shape will be created automatically without manual restrictions. Your SCM speed is, let's say, 300, and you have 10 accelerations, 10 Gs forward, and 5 Gs backward, just an example. That means over a CM speed with the artificial force and space resistance, your 10 Gs will be able to go you, to put you through like 100 more meters per second, let's say, without boosting, and your backstrafe will be only able to put you like 25 meters per second more than the SCM speed, and it has to be all systemic. And if the ship doesn't work in that systemic core model, then the ship is wrong, and the acceleration values should be tuned. And if they do that, I think it's going to be a huge giga win instead of manual
Fuck me.
setting.
If I would have known that we
everything.
Theorycraft again, I would have canceled the auto sub, pirated again.
As always, Icy, right? So, and I will keep saying what I propose, even that it is systemic and it might seem at first it will be harder to manage it. I would keep insisting that it will be easier to manage that. It will be more in depth, more interesting, and more like easier to maintain, easier to understand by players. And unless they show a genius decision that will be better than what I say, or unless they will ever try what I say and then it wouldn't work, I would keep insisting like that I'm just right with this.
Zone, which means we can only maintain our speed if our nose is the same direction as our vector. Because if we start to pull our nose around and play Battlestar Galactica, we're going to drop all our energy, all our speed. We're going to go back down to that SCM zone, and really there's no avoiding anything at that speed.
Yeah, again, I think the problem is with the speeds itself, that can be tweaked a little bit, right? But the fact that you shouldn't be like able to gain full speed and drift the way you can, I think the previous flight model showed that is overall in general, especially in PU play, when it's not like two players that want to commit to a duel, that flight model was extremely toxic. And it was close to impossible to have any type of meaningful engagement. It was a pure frustration. It would require the amount of skill to have anything out of that flight model that only a very limited amount of people have. No one would even bother. Again, I would talk about it over and over again. I remember like ramming department having like hours long training multiple times a week just to like nail down like merging skills. That is not a game anyone wants to play. That is just not a game that will like get any traction. Like majority of people will say fuck you. It will be PvP in such a game would be even more limited than it is like an even line, right? And that means we are going nowhere.
And so they have a poor product when it comes to 3DOF because you can't maintain speed, you don't feel like you're flying, and it just doesn't feel good. And they've got a poor 6DOF product because you can go into 6 degrees of freedom.
Again, I think my proposal can fix a lot of that stuff. They just don't want to listen.
But nothing you do is meaningful because the tuning is so poorly done that you can't avoid fire and everyone just gets smoked. So they got to make a choice. Are you going to make a 3 degrees of freedom game, or are you going to make a 6 degrees of freedom game? And, you know, I've always maintained this position that I think Star Citizen should be.
I might need Icy here so he can write up another document on the idea, but I don't think he likes that idea. So he never will. So I'll have to struggle by myself doing that. And I'm very bad at that. And I don't think like I can even pitch it somewhere. Someone will listen. Yeah, but I think I should try my best to do it and somehow like sneak it into the Yogi's DMs, you know, alongside with my feed pics, because who knows, maybe he will like them, and bribe him with the feed pics to just at least read that pitch, you know, and think about it, at least think about it.
A unique and in-depth experience, and I don't see any reason why Star Citizen shouldn't lean into its uniqueness of being a 6 degrees of freedom game. There's really nothing else like there except for maybe Elite Dangerous. That's
yeah, the problem with the 6 degrees of freedom, again, as I said, that they never managed to tune it, And the fact is, because they never managed to tune it, all we've seen as a result of 6 Degrees of Freedom is the combat that is unbearable, toxic, and just bad in majority of cases. And that's the reason why they're getting away from it. Could they theoretically like tune it so it would be better with the previous flight model? Probably. Did they do it? No. Would I expect even in the previous flight model for the maximum speeds to change? Yes. Will we basically get the same result? Pretty much. So, yeah, I don't know. So, the whole logic of you having powerful accelerations and no speed limit, the whole logic of that creates the scenario where human brain cannot react fast enough to change the direction to create the chase possible. So in majority of cases, a person was able to uncommit from a fight whenever they felt necessary, right? So, and that was one of the biggest issues with the flight model.
That can compete. We've got plenty of 3 Degrees of Freedom games. We've got DCS World. We've got so many playing game, War Thunder. There's tons of 3 Degrees of Freedom games out there that do a great job. But there's very few that are 6 Degrees of Freedom. And the fact that CIG is not leaning into that uniqueness, I think, is a huge mistake. It's just a huge mistake. I think they're really dropping the ball on this one. I think they really need to consider leaning into the 6 Degrees of Freedom aspect of the game, because it's what makes our citizens so incredibly fun. Like, there's just so much you can do with that. If we take this example here from a show called The Expanse, which is a very hardcore look at what space combat would probably look and feel like in the relatively near future.
It's a good, like, understanding of what probably a actual space sim would look like, right? You would never see the target, as I said. You will launch like nukes hundreds of thousands of kilometers away on the interception course, right? And those little moments where you get like CQB, like, I think I know what moment that he will show right now, CQB with Gatlings, those would probably never happen in reality. Never happen. And on top of that, looking at how Gatlings work in Expanse, we're getting to an even line model where you don't really control your ship much. You just tell where to fly, and then there's like auto targeting that solves the issues, right?
Engagement distances are quite long. They're using a lot of BVR tools. They're using extremely high velocity projectile weapon systems like railguns. G-forces are being applied to the pilots. Missile systems are used as obviously like a projected damage, and PDCs are, point defense turrets are a very, a great line of defense versus incoming missile barrages and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but I doubt like anyone wants that in a game. It looks great in cinema, but it will not be great in game. I'm pretty sure.
Easily see an RSI constellation behaving like how the Rocinante in this example behaves, with PDC turrets able to shoot down incoming missiles.
No, but the main damage like the Connie would do like is still its size 5 guns, right? That's the huge difference.
Which just changes the whole dynamic look and feel of the experience. I think we can definitely have something that's more like you would see The Expanse or Battlestar Galactica, which gives us just such a visceral feel, such a in-depth, or how do I say this?
This is even line. I don't think players want to go here. Like, what I would take from EVE Online is everything but the combat. Like, the economy, the player-driven stuff, the drama, like, everything. Territory control, resources, all of that, but not the combat. Like, that's the whole point. Like, if we compare to EVE, like, combat is the last thing you want to take from EVE. But this is like much more EVE. Like, you launch missiles in advance, you have this, you have that, you just click, go there, like...
This way, authentic, immersive experience of what space like combat would look and feel like. There's no reason why we should have insanely high ranges, but if we were to take the 322 flight model, it would look and feel a lot more like how this example here is for the Expanse.
Yeah, but we had that model, right? And what did we end up with? Bigger ships quite useless. Small ships cannot have a proper dogfight because they're always just jousting and running away, right? So you can make an argument that if they would have tuned something somewhere, it would have been better. But they never did. Right? They never did. So I cannot even see how it would be good. Like, they would have to tune it down to the point of almost what we have in new master modes, basically. So it would work, right?
So in this example, the weapons...
Like, I do agree with his general argument, though, a lot. That CG cannot make their mind. I think that's like... That's a super legit argument.
Systems, the ranges, everything about how the ships interact in this world has everything to do with 6 degrees of freedom. Because the ship at any time can move in any direction, depending on which thrusters it's firing, at what times, and blah, blah, blah. It's very reminiscent of what we used to have with the previous model. And this was difficult for a lot of people.
What was the problem, and why was this deemed the solution?
Well, first off, I think the fact that we're working on a live game, the issue is that we should always be looking at, even if we've got a system that's out in the wild, we should be looking at evaluating it and does it deliver the gameplay?
Oh, no way! Are they even looking? Because I have a feeling they don't.
That we want, that the community wants, that Chris wants. Looked at the combat as a whole, you know, and we're talking a long time ago now. I mean, I was probably still in Star Citizen. It was probably pre-Squadron when we started talking about master modes. A lot of the combat that we saw across the broad spectrum of the community, not just the new players and not just the very well experienced players, but the broad spectrum, basically became jousting, and you know, we felt that we could do better than that. A lot of the combat that we saw across the broad spectrum,
I want to see what A1 says on that.
Basically became jousting.
Watch your speed. He's coming right at us.
I want to see what he says about it.
I was making this video, but this is a problem because this shows me that there's a fundamental misunderstanding of flight systems and characteristics. So let me explain. Because you cannot have jousting and also flight movement, like they come hand in hand. Jousting is the result of a high energy state when you're engaging somebody. And if you don't have high energy in flight, then you don't have merging and flight skill. And if you remove so much of that, you actually cause more jousting. So with master modes, you actually have more jousting because you have less degrees to move in.
No.
Which I think is quite ironic, considering...
It's not ironic. I disagree with that because he implies you have to build skill to counter that, okay, with what he says. And the huge argument against that argument is you can never force someone else to gain skill. And unless you're in 0.1% of a player base, you are not enjoying the combat. Simple as that. You cannot build a flight model for 0.1% of a player base. Raising up your skill in a previous flight model, unless you're JSMO or other few individuals that I can count probably on like fingers of my both hands, that was pretty much undoable. Like, everyone would struggle with that, including Avenger 1, including his guys, they would struggle with it. Like, it was bad. If people don't commit, it was bad. So, you can have more jousting. You cannot have more jousting in master modes. You can joust, but in majority of cases, you will pay for your jousting. In majority of cases. Right? So, I don't think... I know what he means, but I don't think this is good. Like, even Buccaneers who joust right now, they pay for their jousting. Usually quite dearly. They lose a lot of HP. If they're not left unattended. I don't know, guys. If you just gonna completely shit talk on the person, the video I'm watching, I'm either gonna remove the chat because you're fucking doing me an awful favor that I cannot even put this on YouTube because of your fucking retarded chat. Everything that goes on in the chat is you shitting on A1. Like, you are being such a fucking bunch of degenerates right now, and I made out few calls, and you just don't fucking listen. I don't know what's wrong with you. You're telling Star Citizen community is brain dead? Right now, my entire chat has one brain cell that is not even working. Do you understand this? I just don't get it. Like, I'm politely ask you to behave, and you keep fucking shitting. Literally where you eat. What the fucking your problem is? Jesus Christ. And on top of that, on the video where he makes like so many valid points. Like, yes, I disagree with certain points he makes, but he makes so many valid points, and you just keep like shitting out of your mouth. Like, just stop. For fuck's sake.
The point, like they're saying, is Master Modes is supposed to reduce jousting, but reducing our range of motion and reducing our speeds so that we can only move in one direction really fast, this actually promotes jousting, which is a fundamental part of a 3 degrees of freedom.
I need to listen to that again.
Master Modes is supposed, considering the point, like they're saying, is Master Modes is supposed to reduce jousting, but reducing our range of motion and reducing our speeds so that we can only move in one direction really fast, this actually promotes jousting, which is a fundamental part of a 3 degrees of freedom flight experience, which is what you'd expect from, World War II dogfighters. Yeah,
so the reason why I don't agree on this point with him is the fact that when your maximum speed is limited. So what happened in the previous flight model is the moment someone decides to joust, disengage, change their direction, it takes time for the second guy to react to that. And human brain, analyzing the picture, whatever is going on in general, in majority of cases, wasn't able to react fast enough to keep on with the target. Like, it's basic human reaction, unless you're like god tier dogfighter in this game, god tier, right? Which created this infinite fights where everyone will like retreat the moment the shields are down, etc., etc., etc. Because the moment someone gains like 1 second or 2 seconds, let's say 1 second of acceleration advantage, they keep getting that advantage until they reach the maximum speed, and that took too long. The moment they would reach maximum speed, and that's only when, even if we talk about two similar ships that have like same accelerations and same maximum speeds. At the point when the runaway guy reaches the maximum speed, the distance, like this disadvantage in acceleration, right? The negative aspect would be ticking for like the good like certain amount of seconds. The distance would be so big they would almost always run away. So the only like kills, especially in like more professional fights when like two competitive orgs that were fighting, would be like when someone will overcommit and or they're just bored of the shit and they will like just go until the end, which is bad game mechanic. When you have limited maximum speeds, what happens is a person that tries to run away can only get that much of advantage, time advantage, by going into the like evasive and running away. And the moment they reach like the maximum speed barrier, if that person already reacted, they're no longer getting that advantage. They're staying basically at the same speed, right? And that's the whole point, how you can like anti-joust. You just understand they're about to run or something, you prepare, and you like, you should be somewhere there, right? And you might not kill them. Obviously, it's like also resource management, how much boost they have, how much boost you have, right? That also holds true. But you will at least deal certain amount of hull damage to them probably, so they cannot return into combat without any consequences after doing that maneuver. Right? Well, going to nav also takes time. The moment they go to nav, they still have to spend those like seconds, right, to calibrate. It's all ticking damage. If he is somewhere nearby, he is getting shot, right? On top of that, there could be a Mantis around, right, that will prohibit nav. That's like another thing, but that's like a secondary thing. So I wouldn't agree like with this argument. If someone will try to prove me wrong and like, oh, look how I can do, and they would take the best ship that is suited for that tactics, and they would kind of try to show me how they do it, I can only answer one thing: yes, maybe you can do it, but you could do 10 times. You can do that 10 times better in the previous flight model, right? And with majority of the ships, not that one ship that like is designed to do it, you know, to be like jousting, like boom and zoom. And that's the thing.
Let me show you some examples of jousting. Star Wars Episode 1. Tons of jousting there because they're flying under 3 degrees of freedom. More jousting in Episode 3 because why not?
Yeah, but again, it's cinematic. It has to do nothing with like actual like game, right? So
Lots of jousting in episode 4, leading to a kill from Wedge. Tons of jousting in episode 6. Because,
Ladies and
again,
gentlemen,
moving
we
in
have an
3D
incoming transmission. Please direct your attention to an incoming wave of explorers from the stream of the Dark Law. They've just shared 116 enthusiastic viewers with us. Welcome, Raiders. You've joined us aboard the Scourge of Space, Space Cutlet stream. Strap in and prepare for a thrilling adventure of stellar piracy in the vast realm of Star Citizen.
he is so excited. If I was so excited about my gameplay and my piracy sessions, I'll probably be a happy man. Everybody, welcome. We're just looking through A1's video, and I'm putting my personal comments on that. Some things I agree, some things I disagree. Yeah. So welcome in. Buckle up if you're up for the ride. If not, the door is out there. No worries. No hard feelings. Yeah, after we finish the video, I'll probably go into the game and try to catch someone. And if we're gonna be waiting for the catches for quite too long, I'll keep just Star Citizen as a background and play more Eve. You know, yeah, that's the meta, I guess. So yeah, let's continue.
to a kill from Wedge. Tons of jousting in episode 6, because, again, moving in 3 degrees of freedom.
Yeah, I don't think this is like this is a good example because that's just cinematics, and they want to look at the way they want to look at. It's like jousting itself is not a problem in Star Citizen. I think whenever he quoted Rich Tyrer. That was maybe what he meant was like jousting that is not compatible with gameplay, like jousting for like kilometers away and disengaging. That's like that kind of a toxic jousting. When there's like jousting that happens on like a half a kilometer and ships rotate and fight each other, that's not a big deal. Like, we're talking about the jousting like that puts apart like ships 5 kilometers away of each other, 10 kilometers away, or jousting that is just used to like completely run away without any consequences, right?
Even jousting in 6 degrees of freedom with Battlestar Galactica,
Yeah.
because they have the speeds to do it. A little bit of jousting here in master modes, because it's the only way to get away from incoming fire.
Yeah, but that's on a Buccaneer. He selects one ship, like the Buccaneer is one of the best ships to do that, right? The problem with the previous flight model is like literally you could do it on every ship. Literally. Just ignore combat. If you wanted to, you could do it on every ship, you would ignore combat. That's what I talked about earlier, right? Yeah, you can come up with a certain example. You can do that, especially in like the fleet combat when there's a lot of shit going on. Of course you can do that. It's just how often it happens on a day-to-day basis in the engagement. Like, how dominant is this in the engagement? That's like the main thing. It's much less dominant in master modes right now than it was before. I play this game every day in PU, not in Arena Commander, and it's night and day to what experiences on average I have now in master modes compared to what experiences I had before in a previous flight model. It's just night and day. It requires a lot of work. I know that. There, especially with the lighter ships, it requires a lot of work. I'm not doubting that. But my experiences overall, in general, with all of my like thousands of hours in game, are much better right now than they were before. Period. No matter how many like no matter how many values you bring up, no matter what theory crafting you do, it's just better for me personally. And I'm not a noob. I'm not a professional dogfighter, but I'm not a noob. Come on. Thousands of hours in the game. Weird audio suppression. It looks fine for me. If anyone has any issues, let me know. Audio is fine. Okay. Maybe it's something with YouTube. I don't know.
And just to top it off, jousting with RC planes and firecrackers. You know, because geometry is geometry.
Now, I know that there's a lot of discussion points around master modes where we're talking about lowering the ceiling cap.
Well, unfortunately, it has. In fact, the top comment on the feedback for Master Modes is a very in-depth takedown of exactly why the system is not working. And ironically enough, calling for the same thing that I've been arguing for, which is increasing our speed so we actually have some room to move around and engage.
I don't disagree with that one. I don't know if 500 meters per second is good. Maybe too much. Maybe too much, because we can just get to the same thing. Literally, same thing that we can get to. We might get to the same problem we were before. But again, as I said, laterals on the lighter ships should be worked on to whatever decent extent. And SCM speeds should be at least brought up like 10-20%. Like, I cannot say like about like 500 meters per second SCM. But they should start slowly exploring the little increase, maybe patch with patch, like patch by patch, whatever you said, increase the SCM speeds. And then think about like laterals on lighter ships a little bit. Just very, very slowly. Very slowly, and see what community can squeeze out of every change, right? Slowly, slowly. Don't bang in zeros and values like crazy. On top of that, as I said, if they implement what I'm suggesting to implement with how the speed should be actually limited above SCM, that would play a huge difference, right? And it will define the ship roles even more based on their like accelerations. They should do that too, right? So I don't disagree with that. It might be necessary, right? SCM might be too low.
And, you know, that was never the intention. That's not our inspiration. Our intention really is to try and create a system that is fair to use for all players, that allows players to come on and still feel like they can engage in the game and compete, but still reward the very best pilots.
So they want an accessible game that's deep, skill-based, that focuses on the flight experience, but also has low jousting.
Yeah.
So they
I understand what he means, right? I understand what he means. I think deep, a lot of deep in Star Citizen should come from the, how I put it, from the game mechanics that we don't have. Like, deep should come from kind of Evish knowledge of the ship fittings and all that stuff. What you gotta do with a certain ship and certain circumstances for a certain purpose. That's what should be deep. Like knowledge, game knowledge should be deep. But the way they're doing ships, it just feels like it cannot be deep. I've talked a lot about it. We've speculated on how all the like slots should work. You should be able to you shouldn't be like limited to, oh, this is a shield slot, this is a shield slot, this is like there should be like generic slots, and you can like swap out like generic components, do this, that for certain situations. Like, okay, this is gonna be a shield tank. Okay, I'll you know what? I'll throw out one shield and just put a generic QD device instead of a shield. You know, like that could be deep. Right? Accessible and skill based is not possible. It is possible. Look at the Counter-Strike. Is it Counter-Strike accessible? It is. You just log in and you just shoot people. Is it skill based? Holy shit, it is. One of the biggest esports, disciplines, right? It is possible. You just have to find your way in a certain game to make it. You just have to find that entry threshold that is not like intimidating, but then remain like a higher skill ceiling. High man and low power slots? Who knows? Maybe.
Jousting. So they've reduced the flight ceiling so low that people can get in, which also has reduced the skill ceiling, and yet tried to keep the depth in combat by adding a lot of knowledge barriers to adding different modes and being able to seamlessly switch between those modes.
I wouldn't say they add a lot of modes. They added just like the fly mode. Like I don't understand. Like, it's not only A1 who brings in this argument. I'm not gonna lie. With all the bullshit Star Citizen has, understanding that if you want to go fast and don't fight, you go nav mode. Which is the same mode for warping, which is the same keybind. I don't think that's like a problem personally. Like, you fight in SCM, you fly in nav. Like, yeah, that's a little bit like trying to grasp the straw, you know. Did master mode made it more accessible? I would say more yes, especially the PvP aspect. Is it deep? Definitely no. As I said before, depth should come from other aspects. More knowledge aspects, less like infinite hours of training aspect, because otherwise, like, again, like the more you put an emphasis of your infinitely developing your muscle memory, the less people are able to or have a will to even try it out. So there has to be a balance, right? There has to be a balance. I'm not saying it should be like point and click, but there has to be a balance. Skill based, definitely. The higher skill cap got definitely nerfed. That's true, and that's one of the things they should work on, and they said they will. Right? Let's see next.
To try and reduce jousting, which is a fundamental part of three-dimensional movement.
I already talked about it. I disagree with that, because the jousting thing they mentioned was specifically what I talked about, like 10 kilometers away jousting, disengages with jousting. That happens much less now. So yeah, I definitely agree on the point that the higher skill cap got lowered. They have to work on that. I definitely disagree on accessibility, because I think it's overall the PvP became more accessible with master modes. Again, depth, I think it should come from other parts of the game that we don't even have right now. It did remove the toxic jousting a lot, maybe not all of it, but a lot. You will never remove all of it. Flight experience is like questionable. Flight experience is very personal thing. You some people would like the way it flies, others don't. I think overall I'm fine with flight experience. I just don't really like the switch, how the switch between nav mode and SCM is commenced. Like that should have been left, that logic should have been left towards just warping. Like I cannot even phrase it right now in my head. I don't have like a clear picture. But I think like the switch from SCM to nav should be just completely like different. It should be completely rethinked, like how that happens. Like it shouldn't be press a button and just wait the bar to fill up. It's very dry. It's not fun. It should be like some sort of a like charge up while you retain like a vector with a booster. I cannot come up with a perfect answer for this right now, but that's like my probably main question to flight experience, like the switching between this like two modes. There is something inside of me that just don't like how it happens right now. And I think I don't have like an exact answer, you know, like I usually do. Guys, you got to do it like this, and it's golden, you know? I don't really have the answer for that, but I have a feeling of what I want it to be, but I don't have the answer. So yeah, on certain points I agree, on some of them I disagree. I think it's also the matter of perspective. Again, I like this video because of the overall argument it brings. I might disagree on specific points on a lot of them, but I think on overall argument of CAG not understanding where they are willing to go and not having like some sort of a plan, or at least that's what like we feel as a player base, because like they're always somewhere in the middle and there is no proper discussion going on. I think I can totally agree on that. I'm not enjoying master modes, having to constantly swap modes. I have an advice for you: don't constantly swap modes. It's like a five head advice. Don't swap modes. Yeah, easy. Just don't. I don't constantly swap modes. I fly in like a nav mode. Like when I need combat, I go into SCM. Simple as that. The swap is one button away. It's not a big deal. It's the same as warp. I don't think that's a big issue. Like, I don't even know why you need to swap modes, but like Star Citizen is a point of interest game. You rarely need to like fly long distances overall. So when you do, you can press one button.
Boy.
No.
I want to be able to share this experience with my friends and fight against real opponents in space, not just AI. And I want this to be as good or better than any other game out there. And I want to actively push the boundaries of what you can do in a game.
If there's one thing that unites all of us backers, is that we're all kind of dreamers. But every once in a while, you need someone to come around and splash.
I think the only thing that unites us, we're all being a brainwashed cult degenerates. That's what really unites us. I don't think Dreamer, after 10 years, dreamer is a good word anymore. I think it became a fucking nightmare, not a dream. At this point. And only a certain level of masochism, only people with a certain level of masochism that, like, people that have it in them can even, like, do that.
Flash you with some cold water to wake you up, to make sure that the dream doesn't just stay a dream, that it actually coalesces into something real. And that's all I'm trying to do with this kind
Yeah, I think this is a very valid argument. I think it can go to like the entire community, and that's what I hate about Star Citizen community. These guys don't even have like clients installed. They have like this dozens of like thousands of dollars fleets, and all they do is circle jerk the pictures of their fleets in the discords, and they don't even know how the game plays because the last time they installed it was 2016, you know, and they dream about all of this and they speculate. They spend more time on Spectrum speculating than they put hours into the game because they're all dreamers. And I think that this is one of the major problems of this community.
kind of video. If we want to achieve those goals of a multiplayer environment, there's certain rules that we have to abide by. If you make and design a game that can be exploited based on its design, players are going to use that to
100%, and that's why the previous flight model was a no-go. At least they didn't decide to work on it further, because if players can exploit it, they will exploit it, and that's what the toxic jousting was about. Not even the jousting we have right now, but an actual toxic jousting, right? Is exploiting that thing. It either happened on purpose, or it happened by bad skill of one or both parties, right?
maximize their effectiveness against other players, which means in a multiplayer environment, you can't afford to be lazy with the mechanics.
You can afford to try to make a cinema game that costs $700 million and keep like ignoring the major design flaws. Yes, that is true.
We see this time and time again with so many online games, and I'd hate for Star Citizen to fall victim to that kind of behavior. We see this behavior already happening now with master modes, where players engaging each other are constantly switching into nav mode and then back down.
But the fun part, is that it still creates less problems, this switching, that we had in 3.22. Because in 3.22, people were just zooming. That's like the thing, right? This still creates less problems than we had in 3.22, at least in my experience, right? And it kind of takes time to do them, so you can at least like push some damage into them while they do that, in a lot of cases.
Which is originally, from my assumption, based on a solo player or single player.
And that's why I'm saying it might be that the whole switch between SCM and nav should be rethinked and reworked, and I don't specifically have an answer right now, but this whole idea of pressing a button, waiting and going faster is very dry, right? That's like the whole other point.
Design choice. How do I get the player from this point to that point in my mission set, regardless of how that affects the multiplayer environment? This is a critical design issue that is coming from the solo play first mentality.
I agree with that 100%. 100%. Like, no matter what else I disagree with, the fact that the game is built from a solo player perspective in so many cases, this is so true. This is so true. And I think a lot of devs are like that. I think a lot of devs just don't even have experience or understanding, like, of doing the mechanics in a proper multiplayer game. They're always thinking about like, they're just imagining the experience they want to get, but they never think about how that experience works when two players collide, right?
Which, when translated into a multiplayer environment, adds an immense layer of exploitation and just terrible gameplay feeling that we've all been kind of enduring since Master Mode has been released.
The problem is that we've been enduring this before the Master Modes. That's where I disagree. And I think we had more problems with this in a previous flight model than in a current flight model. That's where my disagreement comes in. Because I don't care what goes on in Arena Commander, right? That's the huge difference. What I care is what goes on a day-to-day basis in PU and how the PU engagements work out. I think that's the whole like difference in our like approach, right?
Chris also mentions about that he wants to be as good or better than the things that have come before, and that he wants to constantly push the boundaries of what's possible. Well, in terms of flight, Master Modes isn't really doing anything new. In fact, it's taking what was once very unique and pushing the boundaries and puts it down to this kind of cookie cutter, well, 3 Degrees of Freedom shooter game that we've all kind of gotten used to. And although there are mechanics with Master Modes that does help with bringing people into the game, what it sacrifices is, in my opinion, just too much of the uniqueness of the game itself. And is why I created that video a while ago talking about, does everyone really understand what you're giving up for Master Modes? And the thing is, it's not like we're too far away from the horse here. The beautiful thing about being in an alpha state is that we can change things. And I have always been and have been an avid supporter of bringing the flight aspects of the ship movement back to where I think they could feel a lot better. It's overwhelmingly in support at the moment with bringing SCM speeds a little higher, which is going to allow for the more Battlestar Galactica style dogfighting
I agree with that.
to exist.
Just a little bit. The thing is, just a little bit, right? Here is where it gets to the details, right? To the real like details, just a little bit. Because whenever he showcased the post that said like it was so nice to fly 500 meters per second SCM, that's not a little bit, that's literally twice more, right? So that's why I'm saying bringing up like 10-20% and see how it works out. Don't make it like, okay, SCM is now 500. Boom, we get to the good old like problems. The only reason you didn't see the problems in AC before was the only 3 sweaty people in the world played it, and they deliberately choose not to fight in certain ways generally. Yeah, I understand, because like this like Arena Commander like unofficial rule set, right? Arena Commander unofficial rule set, which you have to respect, is like a lot of like artificial rules put upon yourself, like, and the members of the community, you know, to have a somewhat decent gameplay.
Attention crewmates of Space Cutlet, we have a new member on board. Please give a warm welcome to Perihelion Olenard, who just subscribed to our channel. Keep your space loot safe, folks, because, as we all know, in the cold void of space, the closer you are to perihelion, the more likely you are to get burned. Thanks for joining our band of space pirates, Perihelion Olenard.
Yo, Perry, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the resub. 44 month. What a legend. So, yeah. But then when you actually see how that plays out in a PU, that's the whole different story. And that's what I'm saying. With master modes, I have 10 times better experience or 100 times better experience overall in the PU. In your average encounter you get in the game, I'm not taking like top whatever or bottom whatever encounters in regard to skill. I'm just like average. I'm having so much better time with the random encounters. But again, I do agree that CEG could totally experiment raising up SCMs a bit. Yeah.
Tail 3 degrees of fighting that you see master modes really trying to push.
And I hope they have tools for that I was talking about. For like before master modes came in. I just hope they have a slider to percentage increase all the SCM speeds across all the ships. Because if they were bragging about like building these tools for years and years and years and spending 700 millions of that, if they will tell me now that like they like to tell you in like Jared's show, oh yeah, but it's like such a huge undertaking. That means one of our developers have to go and like reevaluate every ship and they just go to the files of every ship and like manually set the SCM speed of every ship X amount of times higher. I'm just gonna fucking break the monitor. Like if they don't have a slider, like a global SCM slider that would be like, what we have is ground zero, right? And then you just move the slider 10% and all ships by one click increase their SCM speed by 10%. If they don't have this, bro, like, I don't know. This should be literally a one-click solution that they can do. Put it into the whatever you call it, the Arena Commander experimental mode, done. You know, if they don't have this yet, like I'm speechless.
Push. The thing is, if they want to push the 3 degrees of fighting,
They must be having real problems with the backend netcode if they're slowing everything down so much and still have problems with missiles. Yes and no, I guess. Like, even if you make ships not move at all, but missiles move, if the servers are taking a shit, it doesn't matter what speed they move, they will be still jumping around. If chaff is getting delayed by 5 seconds or 10 seconds or flares on the server because server is serving like 69,000 NPCs across Stanton, it doesn't matter what speed ship moves. It'll just be shit anyway.
aspect of the game, they have to seriously take a look at how they're tuning and designing ships to make 3 degrees of fighting the actual way to play. Because like I said before, with the multiplayer side, whatever game mechanics you originally set out to do, unless you design them with multiplayer in mind, players will take that, abuse, and use
100%.
that to gain advantage of
100%.
people. So if your game is multiplayer at all, it has to take priority
Into
over
account,
a single player experience,
Yeah.
because the experience that people are going to have in multiplayer is going to be the dominant experience.
Yep.
Unless Squadron 42 decides to go with its own flight model, which at this point, I don't see any reason why they shouldn't consider that.
Why they shouldn't consider it. Something that I've said for so long. Like, you want to do a good single player game, lock down the mechanics for Squadron 42 and don't touch them. And actually make fucking Star Citizen good. Because this is getting to the, like, atrocious levels of toxicity. Where people funded you for $700 million with buying ships for Star Citizen, and you are like trying to bring the single player experience as a dominant in a multiplayer game. Like, come the fucking on. I agree with that. That is like, if Star Citizen would be just like an addition to Squadron 42, which would cost $45 or whatever, $50, and oh, you know what? We created this like multiplayer mode. You know, you can play and if you want, and like, you know, we will see what comes out of it. If we want to like work further, we'll just give you this like little ability to do. But when your entire company is funded by selling ships for a multiplayer mode, and this is not accounted in this logic, like, I'm fucking sorry. What in the fucking world is even going on here?
Option, because the Squadron 42 flight model that we're experiencing now with Master Modes is just simply not the right solution for a multiplayer environment. We were a significantly better spot off with the previous flight model. The only problem with the previous one was there was some core fundamental issues that, to be honest, could have easily been evolved and fixed with some of the solutions in Master Modes. We could also receive a much similar situation where if we took Master Modes and just brought the SCM speeds up.
Yeah, I think the thing here is that he's talking like bringing the maximum speeds down, right? Which basically what Master Modes does, right? We all end up revolving around this argument what an SCM speed should be, right? No matter which flight model it is. That's like one of the biggest arguments. And the only problem is if you bring down in the old system, how will you go faster if you're not in combat? Then you will have to do the same. Well, okay. Here's the thing. I recently showed you guys how they do it in Infinity Battlescape on the stream, and I think that would be a perfect solution for Star Citizen, but they just don't want to do it. You combine a free flight with a warp, and it is a manageable speed, manageable direction, basically warp, where when a person enters it, they slowly accelerate, not instant, and you can even still target them and deal damage to them. And unless they are dampened, they can enter that mode. And all that, yada, yada, yada. And that would be a perfect solution. I have a feeling they cannot do that solution in a Star Citizen due to how the networking works. And due to the fact that like object container streaming, so you will pass too many locations with a free flight logic, like the server will just die trying to feed you and stream in and stream out all the necessary information to you. I guess that would be probably the reason why that happens. But if that could be like dealt with on a technical level, I think Star Citizen should have gone that way. And then you basically do what you do in Master Modes, which you balance the combat and balance the SCM speeds, and then you go into that quantum mode where you free fly and you can go through the asteroid field just a little bit faster, as fast as you need to, you know, all that shit. So it's like a mix. It's a little bit tapping into like Elite Dangerous, a little bit tapping on an Infinity Battlescape, a little bit tapping into Star Citizen itself, how it is right now, and creating this like perfect blend, because that thing in Infinity feels like a 69 million times better than what Warp is in Star Citizen right now. And I showed it. But yeah, here we are.
Chris Roberts wants to push the limits of what's possible. What better way?
I think Chris Roberts at this point wants to push the limits of our wallets and what's possible to do with them. I think that, like, I think we get to that stage. Like, for me, Chris, with every year, becomes more like some sort of a very far untouchable person, like Jeff Bezos or, you know, someone else who is less involved. I don't know, like, how it is in reality. Maybe he is still like coding every day for 12 hours straight, but for me, like further and further, like there is this gap from a person who actually had a dream to create something, and then with the amount of money pledged, he just becomes like this mini Jeff Bezos, you know, who is just somewhere there. And you don't understand, like, once a year he will like send the message from the gods with this like letter from the chairman, and there is this then between like live experience team and developers, actual developers, there is this infinite layer of higher ups and marketing that completely mutes any communication that tries to go to Chris from those teams, like the higher ups and the marketing. And that's what it feels for me. So honestly, at this point, I disregard like any Chris comments at all, because no matter what he wanted, what I've seen, I just feel at this point so disconnected from that. I just feel it's not there anymore, you know?
Than to create a game that nobody else has ever really seen, and to have a flight experience that's unlike.
I mean, he succeeded at that. Like, saying the game is like a live experience, like, I don't think people ever seen the game with so many bugs that cost like 700 million. That's for sure. Like, he succeeded with that. Like, no one ever seen like the experience like that where people keep paying you millions like every month, right? And barely able to do like basics in the game for like what, 10 years straight, right? That's a total success.
Like anything else, including Elite Dangerous. Also, don't forget that we have plenty of planets and atmosphere for 3 degrees of freedom dogfighting to flourish without having to force space fighting into a very similar realm.
That I agree 100%. That's how always like community perceived it. So Atmo will be more 3 degrees of freedom, and space will be more 6 degrees of freedom. I think the main thing here is how to make 6 degrees of freedom combat actual 6 degrees of freedom, but not being giga toxic the way it was on 322, that no one wanted to deal with it. Like literally no one wanted to deal with it, except like very little amount of like individuals who just forced through it just because they're so good, you know, and they went through that pain, and now they want to like, you know, glorify themselves that they can do it, and no one just literally cares because it's just bad.
It homogenizes and makes all of the gameplay feel kind of the same, whether or not you're in space or in atmosphere. You're kind of still flying like an airplane. And to me, I think that's a shame, because to have a deep and engaging experience, don't you want to have different flexibility of different ships depending on whether they're in space or in atmosphere?
Yeah, I can totally relate to that.
To feel like you're in space, just like you want to feel like you're in atmosphere? If we're designing something that's never been done before, and we really are pushing the limits like Chris is claiming he wants to do, why does Master Modes fall into this category of just another generic shooter that, to be honest, doesn't do anything unique?
I'll tell you why. Because every single gameplay mechanic takes something good from other games and makes it generic B grade experience, at least at the current stage of development. I want to make that remark. We don't know where we go, but right now, if you take anything besides marketing and making the ships look really beautiful is also very like a personal thing, right? I think they're beautifully done, but I disagree with a lot of design decisions. But that's aside. There is no like AAA gameplay in any right now in any niche of the game. Like, all the gameplay of Star Citizen is a generic grade B gameplay, and they do everything to not get out of this pit hole. like all the decisions they do, I'm not even talking about the flight right now, in terms of gameplay, leads Star Citizen to be like this tasteless grade B copycat from other games
Attention all
in
space pirates,
certain
we
decisions.
interrupt your plundering for a special announcement. The generous Voltascool has just gifted 5 fresh subscriptions. If you're new to the crew, sit down, strap in, and get ready for the thrilling life of piracy. Welcome aboard, you lucky lot, and a big thanks to the ever-generous Voltascool. Let the interstellar adventures commence.
Dude, thank you so much for the fiber. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, and I think that's a big problem. They're never like managing to push a single mechanic to the point where it actually works and you can say, holy shit, that's better than another game. Mining, probably. Like, mining is quite in depth. Just the mechanic of mining itself is probably more in depth than in other games, I guess. That's like the only thing. It's not super deep. Like, there is very little variety in mining. When you say super deep about a certain in-game mechanic, when you say that, what you want to mean is like, besides like all of the stuff, it also is diverse. But it's not in majority of cases. There is like just the one way to do it. It's just, there are like more layers to it. But they're all those layers, like you have layers, but in all of those layers, you throw away anything that is unnecessary and you end up with one thing in one layer and you have a straight line, almost, with a little bit of a variation. And then it also goes into like mining being like, again, there is no bigger goal in Star Citizen, so you don't even know why you mine besides like getting AUC, right? Like there are no variations. For this you do this, for this you do this, for that you just have like almost always one straight up solution with maybe a little bit of a variation. And that's it. But it's like the most, I guess, in depth, and like even not in depth, but unique. That's the thing. It's like quite unique. Because usually in other games, you would just go and like select a resource, be it like Even Line, World of Warcraft, Ultima Online, whatever. You'll just select the resource or a location and you will click mine. There is very little on-hands experience. You just press a button and you get the resource with like certain actions. And so yeah, that's probably one thing. Right? But then everything around mining that should be the part of mining is so bad and lacking, including scanning. It's just bad. Like you basically almost do no decisions where and how you mine and what they're based on. You just know, okay, this moon has like, stuff, the best stuff, and I'll just go there and you do it like over and over and over and over and over again. Like there is no on hands with scanning, like finding new locations and stand on maybe like temporary locations, like long range probes or maybe pinging.
A fiver to the gigarig. Am I the only one? Then it will take 7 years just before 1.0.
Oh, that's fine. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. So why I don't see the, it's so weird. Why I don't see the even the announcement? That's so bad. Holy shit. Anyway, thank you for the dono. If you ask credit, toilets are the most important. Yeah, of course. So yeah, like besides mining the asteroid itself, everything is bad around mining. That's like another thing, right? Like scanning, exploration, all of that is non-existent or bad or just RNG, like pressing tab, pinging, like no possibility to like scan for specific resource you need, like nothing. Everything is I'm going back to the argument. Everything is such a grade B experience in a game that is a $7 million project. And this is unbelievable. And this is unbelievable. They assume that this is fine. They keep pushing their marketing, keep smiling. They bring up issues not very often, like even not like an acknowledgement of something. They keep selling ships, and there is like, you just don't see any end to it. I think that's like one of the biggest issues. Like you don't know, okay, they like, this is going to be done here, there, tomorrow, next year. Like it's just empty promises always. And they're very defensive about comments. They're not listening. They're not doing like one-on-one like communication with a subject matter experts, whatever. It's like, it's weird. It's just weird. Like fighting is only one of the problems.
Nothing revolutionary, and to be honest, kind of doesn't really do it well at all.
Mhm.
Games like DCS are significantly better at 3 Degrees of Freedom. Hell, even War Thunder is better. So if we're pushing the limits, are we really sure Master Mose is the answer? There's nothing inherently wrong with trying new things out and testing and seeing what works and what doesn't. But my gripe with this whole issue is the fact that Afterburner cruise mode / nav mode has already been tried before.
True.
Back in previous flight models, we already had cruise mode. We already had Afterburner. And the fans didn't like them for pretty obvious reasons. And yet here we are again in 2024 with nav mode has just been rebranded from cruise mode, and Afterburner's made a comeback. And so we're back to square one. So from my point of view,
I think one of the reasons is we're back to square one. Again, they're not listening. Like, the power triangle should be just removed or have a different meaning. Your ships just should have, especially small ships, should just have a single big capacitor. And that's where decisions of what player does will actually matter. Like, everything should tap into the same capacitor. Boost, guns, and shields. And I think it's one of the critical things. And all of that, like 1 to 3, is just stupid. That should get removed. Then, like, you will have a different kind of approach to what Afterburner is in the first place. And all that. So, I don't know. There's a lot of valid points here. Like
if
it's
CIG
just, yeah.
wants to make a great flight experience, they just have to start realizing that the multiplayer has to start becoming a priority in terms of game design.
Yeah, I think this is such a huge argument. I'm just like, at this point, I'm out of breath. Like, I cannot even properly react, like, because there was so much reaction to the things he said, both negative and positive, right? But I think this is such a huge argument. Like, I think developers are still living in a single player game in their heads.
You can't have a nav mode system that can be abused by players, because players are simply going to stay in nav mode and start dropping out like they are now.
Yeah, but how many people play Sims? But that's the thing. He's not necessarily advocating to make Star Citizen a sim. He is more asking to make their fucking mind on where we're going. Right?
If this was actually designed multiplayer first, these mechanics would never have made it through. Considering
Exactly.
also in Evocati and also PTU testing threads, many people in the player versus player community have always been telling CIG that this is the wrong choice, but they didn't listen. And so now we're in a very weird spot. But we got time, and it's not all doom and gloom. So the two choices CIG has is if they're going to decide to make a more 3 Degrees of Freedom game,
Okay, let's
here are
listen.
some suggestions that SIG can do to help Master Modes be the best 3 DOF game it can kind of be. 1, keep people's ability to maintain speed and adjust the accelerations so that there's enough play within the speed zones that we have to allow for merging, catching targets, and nose-to-tail chasing. The current tuning we have right now is way too lopsided. Our SCM speeds are way too low, and boost must be pressed down to keep the afterburner, quote unquote, firing to keep you at those high speeds. They might want to consider removing afterburner entirely and just allowing us to fight inside this asymmetrical speed zone. So if we're flying straight and building and maintaining speed, as we fly straight, we're going to be able to maintain our speed, because in any kind of dogfighting or aerial combat, you're able to maintain speed, which feels really good for flight movement. Having to hold down a boost button to push against space drag makes the entire experience absolutely miserable. There's basically no throttle control to be
Again,
had
I don't
in
agree with
Master Mode at
that
the current
statement.
time. It's mostly just
I just talked so many times through it, I don't want to repeat myself anymore. I just don't agree with that statement.
throttling and pressing the boost button so that you maintain a speed slightly higher than your SCM speed. That should tell you something. Number 2, if they decide to go more of the 6 Degrees of Freedom route, which is what I personally think the game excels in and what is so unique about the experience, is bring the SCM speeds much higher so that we can fly in all 6 Degrees of Freedom. Because if we don't have that large zone to play in, then we have this very real issue of creating an environment where movement is so constricted like it is now that the differences between ships don't get noticed. And the skill of the pilot, the flight aspects of the movement, aren't really what's being showcased. It's the ship you choose, which is very close and very dangerously close to a very pay-to-win style game, which I think CIG would like to avoid.
No, they don't. Like, all their actions, it's not what they talk, but it's what they do. All their actions show that they don't care on that. They can say they want to avoid it, but they don't show it with their actions. So I would completely disagree with that. Don't listen to what someone says, look at what they do in the first place. So we might well be heading towards that direction at a full fucking speed, like at this point. Because like all illusions are, there are too many bugs that happened, you know, with every release, with a lot of releases of the ships that point that out. Again, he taps into both like options, in both, like it's the same argument in the both options, like 3 degrees or 6 degrees of freedom, increase SCM speed and make afterburner do nothing, basically almost nothing, like giving you like what, 10% increase, like 500 to 600. I don't know. That will, I think we will go back to a lot of things. I think the main stuff here, my main problem is the infinite backstrafing. This allows this toxic tactic of corkscrew backstrafe to be possible infinitely. And that 100 meters a second with an afterburner boost will never help that because of how like the 6 degrees of freedom work. You just accelerate and then you keep doing that. You keep your position and you just keep being in front of your enemy, looking at his face, doing the backstrafe corkscrew, and just if the opponent has a little bit more of a cross section, you just win, basically. So no, I don't think this is a proper solution. Not the first one, not the second one. There should be definitely a difference between how you can push forward and how you can push backward, and the maximum speed of doing that. There should be a bubble where everything is equal, which should be an SCM speed. Again, I think SCM speed bubble should be increased, but there should be a definitive difference whenever you push the afterburner, because that is your resource management. Again, that goes into the fact that your capacitor should work completely different. It should be one big capacitor where you sacrifice certain things by pushing afterburner, like the amount of shots you will be able to dish out later on, right? And all that kind of stuff. But I think it will all nicely play together along with the system where the space drag, or I would say the counterforce that is getting emitted onto your ship 180 degrees opposite to your vector after you reach SCM speed should be a systemic value that should be defined by your speed. The higher you go, the more it pushes back on you after the SCM limit. And then the more G's you need to fight it, the faster you go. So let's say we could leave the SCM speeds the way they are right now, but then implement that system, which would mean if a ship has, again, as I said, 10 G's, it would go without boost towards like 400-500 meters per second limit without boost, right? While it will not be able to do the same thing while backstrafing, because like backstrafing will be not 10 Gs but 3 Gs, it would be able to like gain like 50 meters per second on top of the SCM speed, and then it would be pushed by that force back, right? And it would limit. And also the acceleration above SCM will be like slowed down. You have 10 Gs, the moment you pass the SCM, like you pass it like a certain amount of percent above it, like the force keep pressing you, so it will take like longer and longer to get, like you will get your G's diminished over time with increasing your speed into a vector, right? So you will be able to breach in any direction, but how far you can breach the SCM bubble will not be defined by magically holding afterburner. It will be defined by your basic G's of your ship. Afterburner will be just a multiplier to that. So you press the afterburner, you can go even further until the afterburner runs out. So you have 10 Gs, you push to the limit, 10 Gs, you press 20 Gs, you can fight more force that is pushing back on your artificial drag. So you go in further, then you run out of afterburner, you lose additional 10 Gs, and the force, because it's already strong enough, keeps like pressing you back. This logic will increase the SCM bubble. This logic will make a player understand easier how the bubble works, because it will be, there is an SCM bubble, and everything above it requires fighting G's, requires fighting force, and the more you can push, the better you fight that force. Simple as that. And this rule will apply to like omnidirectional to the ship. And your ability to push through the SCM bubble will be basically defined by your ability to accelerate. If ship is tuned properly for its role, it will systemically behave as you want it to behave. All you have to do is find that curve of speed to force ratio, right? And then it would work systemically. Hell, with that system, theoretically, if you think about it, all of the ships in the entirety of Star Citizen could have one SCM limit. Theoretically, might be a bad idea, but theoretically, all of the ships could have one SCM limit. And then the only thing that defines how further you can go in combat is your acceleration. So the Idris will go nowhere, right? Right? Idris goes nowhere. Like, let's say our SCM bubble now is 100 meters per second. Idris flies 100 meters per second. Idris has a acceleration of 1g. It means Idris can go without an afterburner 110 meters per second. Just an example. Arrow has acceleration of, I don't even know acceleration of an arrow. Another fighter has another ship has acceleration of 10 Gs forward. That means like this curve is tuned in a way that the ship can go with 10 Gs forward. They can go like, I don't know, 400 meters per second until they reach that limit and need to use the boost, right? Obviously, those values are just out of my head. They could be like different. So they can have per ship SCM speed. They can have a global SCM speed in that system. You just have to see what works out better, right? In the first place. But I think if they would go that direction, it would solve a lot of issues. A lot of issues. You fight and maneuver inside of your SCM bubble. You're able to breach that bubble with accelerations. The better your accelerations are, the better you breach it. There is going to be a definitive difference between smaller and bigger ships. And then it's all about tuning, because we all understand smaller ships are always the issue. They're either overpowered or underpowered. And then it will be just about giving them that amount of acceleration to have the advantage they're supposed to have, not less, not bigger, right? So, yeah. That would be my solution. That would be my solution. It will accommodate the backstrafe problem and all of that stuff.
Along with their fans. But what do you think? Do you think Star Citizen's direction towards a 3 degrees of freedom kind of flight model is the right one? Or do you feel like 6 degrees of freedom is where the game should probably start pushing towards? Whatever the case may be, leave your comments here in the Discord or here on the YouTube channel. As well, please consider posting your feedback on Spectrum so that CIG can get as much information as they can to hopefully make the most informed decision. This was just my opinion.
I don't know, A1, dude. I just made a 2.5 hour long comment of what I think, bro. Oh my God. I might as well upload it. Oh, oof, I feel sweaty right now. Holy crap.
So take it for a grain of salt, but it comes from a place of love and genuine respect for the project and the game, and the want and desire to see this thing through to the end, and to make sure that we get the best damn space sim ever. Special thanks to all the CIG devs out there working on this project and being passionate about it like all of us here. I really hope that people don't take this message as me trying to bash on master modes or flight in general, but a genuine inquiry as to the situation that we see ourselves constantly being put in about the flight and relationship of ships.
Everyone is so polite.
How it works in Star
Everyone
Citizen.
is so polite. Maybe if people would be shitting more in certain decisions, I don't know, maybe they would listen more, because it's just we've been polite for 10 years, guys. look where we are. Everyone was like in this mode, oh, it's in development, let it cook. Let's just buy more spaceships, you know?
Are we making a 3 Degrees of Freedom game, or are we making a 6? And don't miss, on June 8th at the Apno Esports channel on Twitch, we'll be broadcasting the AVS Apno Esports Flight for Kids charity tournament. And I hope to see all you folks out there at 1800 UTC.
Yeah, guys, don't miss on me getting dunked because I didn't even know what my team was until 2 days ago. Couldn't prepare. Don't miss on me getting shit on.
2 hours for us to goof around in master modes, throw some prizes away, and raise some money for Sick Kids Hospital. My name is Avenger One. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.
All right. Thank you. Again, a lot of points I disagree with, but a shit ton of good points. Majority of the video was more about the general things that is like wrong. I might not agree on a specific moments where like he comes up with solutions of how to fix it. I think it should be done differently. But yeah, that is an issue. That is an issue in general. 7 p.m. guys, I might as well just call the stream at this point. Okay. Look at that. Wow. Man, I need some water. I was talking more than Avenger in that video. His video lasted for 35 minutes. I was watching for 2 hours. God damn. I don't know what I want to do. Eve, I guess. Where am I? I wanted to go and refuel. I remember now. Blue's already gonna do the Mantis. Or you guys all are not talking to me after I shouted on you all. I honestly got pissed by the attitude in chat, so take it as it is. I'm an honest man, guys. You all knew that. You like me for that, but I hope you don't mind me being as honest towards you as I am towards anyone else. Your guys' behavior in chat when I started watching A1's video was just bad. And it was, and you literally didn't listen to what I was trying to hint on you to behave. Well,
landing gear down.
Alright, if Blues is not in chat,
Landing complete.
I'll do the solo shit.
Hydrogen fuel is at 100%. Quantum fuel is at 100%. Launch complete.
Alright, I gotcha. Um, Alright. Oh, 6 layering comms. Okay. HRT. What is good for HRTs? Like, the game works in a way right now. You probably want like a lot of damage. I don't know. Have you tried like a Corsair for that? Corsair might be good with its damage. You're just gonna melt the target if you want to just go one after another. Oh, okay, got scanned. Nice. Hey, Chula, what's up?
Landing gear up.
Yeah, you should try it. If you can rent it, just try it. I think it has now with all the reworks. It has the cannons you need basically for that. Carmen is just following me? No, no. Okay. You trying to join on me, Zixel?
Yep, setting up the Mantis on the point right now.
Okay. You're not on my server though, right?
I am.
You are. Oh wait, we never joined the party. Correct. Yeah, true. Yeah, Coney or Corsair, I just kind of love the Corsair more, and that's it. Because it's Drake. It has even more guns to the pilot.
Oh, we send Nova Riders an invite as well.
The rented Corsair weapon loadout will be okay. It has M cannons, so it's gonna dish as much damage as possible. Hawk. No, it's 4 size 5s now. After all the rework. It's 4 size 5s and 2 size 4s M cannons. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, there is no such thing as a build in Star Citizen overall because the game is so shallow. After all the money, it's so shallow. What you're showing me is just like Omniskis and dead bolts. I don't know why you would do that. I'll just go like full M cannons. Honestly, if I want to do PvE, I'll just go full M cannons and just destroy my targets as fast as I can, because why not? You know? Because I can. No, I haven't seen it. Recently, I went through all the stats and it was tragic. There was like no difference unless something changed. I don't even know when. I did it like this live patch. There are certain components that, for whatever reason, didn't take like the average stats and have an HP, like a very small HP pool, and those are, a lot of them are those which are giving you by default like grade Bs and Cs, some of those. So you kind of want with time to upgrade to grade As, but overall it's like they're very similar. M series cannons, I guess it depends on how you fly and approach the target. Unfortunately, I don't have like HRTs, MRTs unlocked. But I guess you're right. What kind of targets there are? Like MRTs are pretty small targets. I guess you're right. Like for MRTs, you wanna have like something like light strikes and omniskis as well. I guess as probably for HRTs, everything above you probably want to go M cannons. Can I jump to Mantis already?
Yep.
You calibrated? All good position?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So time to launch up Eve Klein, not gonna lie. Can I get an invite? Yeah, sure. Dee. Invite incoming. Boom. I'll stay here until Diddy is here, and whenever he's here, I'm gonna go and make a coffee. I want some good old coffee. I got pretty exhausted, kept agreeing and disagreeing with the Avenger one. I felt like I lived with my soul through the video because because it touches a lot of valid points. Yeah. Like again, he made a video for 30 minutes. I talked about it for like 2 hours when I was, well, like it took me 2 hours to watch it, right? So, and I disagree a lot there with certain moments, right? But points are valid. A lot of points are valid. Yeah, it's gonna be a 2 hours long react video. Holy shit. Yeah, it's right, man.
Friendly coming in.
Yeah. What is this guy? Oh, he's gonna attack you right now. No? Because you became red. I'm gonna keep an eye on him. Yeah, he's trying to close in apparently. Yep.
Jumping in.
Friendly fire.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Congratulations. Target is destroyed.
Just got a Hornet Ghost and recommendations for the gun setup. Currently, laser cannon meta. So, strap on some Omnis keys and be done with it. Yeah. Take care with the power plant, that's true. Give me a second, I need to talk to my wife. Right. Yep, let's the waiting game begin. I'm already starting intimidating Star Citizen with starting even Lion Clan. So maybe it will get afraid and give us something to do, you know? Who knows? Xylo will fly in his trade ship pretending he's duping so we can pirate him. Something like that. No, look, Space Gauntlet, the game is totally fine. A-tier piracy gameplay is here, you know? Oh man. I talk so much, I just don't want to talk anymore. I just want to silently watch at the screen. I'm sorry, guys. I should be a bit more entertaining, but like I'm now rewinding everything I've said and trying to understand if I said something wrong. Did I want to say something different? And nope, it's just it is what it is. So we're in a very weird spot right now with this game, and don't get me wrong, I'm all excited for the future, but all of this like pyro marketing stuff and the 4.0 server mashing more players, like the thing is it doesn't solve the core game design like logic. It just allows you to interact with more players at the same time than previously while still having all the like mentioned issues. No fish, I just started. Just started. We'll see. If fish or no fish. How many players were on the server when you tried to join, Zixel?
Just about 75.
70, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Every try second punches Excel. Been using them for years. Why? They just work. I'm just not gonna disable anyone. Yeah, you can disable. You were missing the shots. 10 minutes should be enough. You were probably landing the shots far enough from his power plant, I guess. Or there was a tiny leftover of a shield phase that blocked the distortion damage. No, back shield should be fine. I think it just like I need to do more tests, but I think you actually gotta hit, like, this is what I'm not sure about in the current patch. If only the back shield is down, what happens when you hit from the side? Will the bubble still like hit the device, or you have to hit specifically from the back? You're shooting back too? I don't know. I can say I've disabled ships. I've disabled C2s with that. The only thing is maybe I don't even know if the stock power plant and the like military grade A currently have different distortion HP pools. C2 does not have bubble shields, no. 4 sides, it's size 3 shields, 4 sides. And they have very similar output. Yeah. EMP didn't work. Plus the sucker punches. That sounds wrong. I don't know. That sounds wrong. If you hit the shots plus you add up Raven EMPs, that should have disabled him after a certain period of damage, distortion damage. I don't know. Maybe there was a tiny bit of a back shield left you didn't notice, because it's really hard to say when it's there. I honestly don't even know how shield management now works in this game. They did everything, like rebound everything. Like I cannot use my old keybinds to do anything with shields.
All medium shields acts like size 1.
So mediums are now no faces?
Yeah.
Okay. Kind of weird, but whatever. Like, I honestly stopped caring about all of that. I'm just at the point where they do this like unknown changes. Like, I don't even understand like motivations behind certain changes while they keep the core things like broken and untouched. Like, it's just crazy. Yeah, I don't have it on numpad. I had a rebound long ago. But again, as Diddy just pointed out, the reason why it doesn't work, that the size 2 apparently is now just bubble.
It's just a bubble shield.
Yep. That's why it doesn't work. Like, if you say you did EMPs and distortions, my only explanation, like in-game logic explanation, not the bug explanation, is that there was a point where no one dealt a little bit of, like, it was at least a tiny bit of damage to the C2, and it managed to recover like few percent of the shield. And considering how shield is tanking right now, distortion damage, you were constantly struggling against those few percent Did you see that warp? Like it was like, whew, someone jumped. That was cool. And you were struggling against like a few % shield there at the back, and you never noticed that. That would be a in-game mechanic explanation. If it would be something else, it could be any kind of bug, exploit, whatever. Just to think about like the fact that even if you don't consider traders, oh, never mind.
Lovely.
Yeah, like across all this time, there is not a single person, right, who traveled from Hurston to Microtech. This is like crazy to think how nothing goes on, right?
Yeah, what are people doing?
Yeah, they just stick to their location. Just I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't even know if it's worth waiting now after the server crash. Oh, I recovered.
I think we probably bedlog
Yeah,
while we still can.
yeah, put the bubble down.
It appears the server error put it down for us.
Just triple check.
Yep, and I just toggled.
I'm still in an interdiction field. I don't want a bad log with that.
That's weird. I turned the entire weapons group off.
Yeah. Maybe it needs time. It might be the problem. It might be like the 30k.
It hasn't resolved for everyone yet, perhaps.
It might not ever resolve. It might be one of those glitches where it just bugs your ship. Yeah, it's not getting resolved for me. That's a problem.
I'll see what happens when I fly 20 kilometers away. Yeah, my blue's also trapped.
I mean, we don't really need to go anywhere. Uh-huh. We can stay here.
Oh, it cleared up for me.
Interesting. So you're like kind of emitting?
I just tried to quantum and it said interdiction field and then it cleared up and said online.
I wonder if server still considers you emitting. I wonder if you have to like cycle, charge it up and just charge it again?
Sorry. Nova Riders flew out of range of the Mantis and then quantumed back.
Yeah, I understand. What I'm saying is, I wonder...
And now that I'm here, I don't have an interdiction field.
Yeah. Well, I'm like 30 kilometers away from you. And it still tells me it's an interdiction field. I try to hold it and it doesn't clear out. Nope. I mean, okay, I'll try bad logging like this. Not that I need to warp somewhere.
Maybe the server still thinks you are over near the Mantis.
I think this server is just... it took me 5 seconds to exit the seat. Yeah, I don't know what it thinks. I re-entered the ship, but they entered the seat. I'll just go bad log and yeah.
All right, I'm in menus.
Yeah, I'm joining US server.
It's only 15 on that zone.
That's too bad. We'll try to wait for it to populate. More and more people will start getting into US servers in this time frame. Yep, still interdiction field, GG. Guys, did you all bedlog, right? We are on a new server, yeah. Well, good.
Snares up.
Yep. All right. I'm gonna see if it's gonna populate. Yo, Tawny, are you in chat? Nah, Tony's not in. What is the red thing around the ship? Yeah, so this is a QED. It's a snare that pulls out people from quantum travel. So I don't get like into like another 1 hour long monologue. You can do an exclamation mark QED in chat and just take a look at the video. So you familiarize yourself with the mechanic. And the bot just doesn't give a single reply. Fantastic. What is wrong with it? Holy shit. Let me go check it out. Is anyone else around besides me? Who can watch your market going red?
I'm here.
Okay, yeah, I'll go see what's up with the bot. What's going on with the bot? Activate Cloudbot. What the actual fuck? There we go. YouTube inactive. Oh, okay. I can also do it on YouTube, right? Community. That's so weird. There's so many Streamlabs. Wow, how do I even know which one isn't fake and will not destroy my channel?
Welcome to the stream.
Shut up. We're just waiting for someone to go and catch them. J-Guns. I guess that's the real one. This one. I hope I'm not destroying my channel right now by doing this. The red ball does this. I'll pull up the link again. There you go. It's an interdiction. Yeah, that's weird. I cannot yeah. It's not my interdiction, it's a mantis in front of me who's doing interdiction, yeah. Why cannot enable it on YouTube? That's interesting. Whatever, I'll figure it out later. Yeah. Yeah, interdiction probes. There's like mobile warp disruptor in Eve. Right. You can literally put it on spot in near to the place where they're warping to, just like you put the mantis, but then you just put that thing and it's stationary. Kali Blue has only the dampener. Like, I have the dampener too. See? Here. Boom. Now I'm shining too. See? But dampener is not a snare. Dampener cannot pull out of Quantum. The only ship that can do that for now in game is Mantis. Oh, they kind of contacted you, like talked to you? they were nice enough to actually talk to you. Nah, Riken, we literally just started like a half an hour ago. What did they say? Of course they would. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't know how, because I'm so out of date, I don't know how we can play out all the wormhole experience in Eve. Like, to not die every 5 minutes. Oh, you didn't reply? You should have talked to them. Like, some wormhole inhabitants are actually not toxic, as far as I know. I might be wrong, though. Maybe you could make some friends. Which count? On Star Citizen? Are you Titan? Like Ram Titan? Oh shit, bro, how do you manage doing that? How could you lose your Twitch account? My man, what happened? Can you DM me in Discord so no, this is not a fake? Just one word, it's me or something? Okay, I see it, yeah. Yeah, okay. Just in case, you know. Better safe than sorry. My Twitch is attached to my phone number. What the fuck, bro? Wait, there's other ways to restore it, isn't there? That's fuck, Titan. I'm like, it's sad to hear that, man. Yes. The snare. Again, you guys are impatient. And you just don't want like that's why obviously I don't have any views on YouTube. I have like a half an hour long video that explains everything, but no one wants to watch it. I'll spend right now the same half an hour explaining. In 2 words, to not get it to half an hour, snare device is a device that will, if properly used, will pull a person out of quantum drive and will not allow them to warp out in the vicinity of 20 kilometers. It will not lower the speed of the ship to SCM, though. Dampener is a device that cannot pull out of quantum drive, but will lower someone's speed to SCM speed and will not allow to warp out. That's the difference. Snare is 20 kilometers. Dampener is different kilometers. Kadi Blue 4 kilometers. Antares 5 kilometers. Mantis 12 kilometers. That's as short as I can get it. To understand how it operates, that's totally go watch a video. No, it's fine. You're not starting shit. It's just all of that is explained. I don't mind it, like, putting a few sentences about it, but to actually understand how it works and how it's operated, you should watch a video if you're even interested in that. But considering how... What was that? That was you? Okay. But considering how dead the game is, we're just like trying to fish... to do fishing in a lake that has no fish. That's the biggest problem. Well, Mantis is slowing down to SCM, but you have to switch from the snare to the dampener. Which is explained in the video. It was QD. I already did that somewhere. Yeah, marker. Video, got it. True. Man, I'm on the edge of launching Eve right now. My mouse is moving over the play button at this point, I'm not gonna lie. This game is dead. They destroyed it with a dupe. They just destroyed it. Right. Where's Eve? Like that. Yeah. I'll still keep everything. We have Diddy and Zixel on his second account watching his name. If the Mantis will go red, I'll switch to Star Citizen immediately.
An item you need is in a different location. Travel to that location so that we...
Shut up. This quest is just killing me. It's bugged and it's keep telling me that an item I need is in a different location. Look at this streamer skin I've purchased. See, CCP TV. Look at that. That's what I wanted to fly this little guy with Viral when he went wormhole mining, but like he had to go away, so I'll just keep it. And actually, that's how good skins look. Not like in Star Citizen, right? You go into a random ship, right? You like just do a show info, right? Watch. And you look here. This is the base. Look at that. That's how like good skins for ships should look like, with some geometry forms. Look at that. Maybe not, you might not like all of them, right? Look at that. Huh? In Star Citizen, we just have different colors. See? They're more than just different colors. See? Black and gold looks really cool, yeah. Yeah, guys, don't worry. We're still playing Star Citizen. Just saying, don't run away. Okay? It doesn't matter if you will see this picture where it is for another hour without moving, right? It doesn't matter. We're still playing Star Citizen. The moment something will happen, I will definitely switch and inform you so you can actually unlurk. I agree, Bossman. I agree. They could make much more money with skins. Yeah.
Global chat's not very encouraging.
Yeah, so guys, I would leave it to your, like, can you check the comms? Did the server grow?
It did grow.
Okay, then just like try to count time or something, and when you feel we should hop.
Oh, server error.
Server error.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, bro. No matter where we go. Bro, this game is fucking dead. That's it's I don't know how to stream it.
It's like ever since the free fly ended, just the stability has been crap.
Did they just like did they have like a contract with Amazon for like the free flight, and then the contract ended and they went back to like running the service on calculators? Like, I mean, I'm kidding, because I understand these errors are not the power of servers, because the power of servers will more define like the server FPS stick rate ability, right? This is like the bugs and crashes that are inside server logic, because like just the free flight shitted on the servers so much. It's like an after party in the city, you know, like the Berlin would go and celebrate New Year, right? And then you go out in like 6 a.m. and it's like a World War II. It would feel like Russians just are just pushing to Reichstag, you know? And then like poor services, you know, city services go out in the morning and and that's what like every free flight like feels like. It's so much garbage, and the servers there's yet no algorithm that will properly tell the servers how to deal with all the shit that happened like after a very big party. I need to do the Soldiers of Fortune, but I want to first finish the...
Alright, that server error killed the snare. So we can either server hop here, or I can charge it back up. We've been here for 22 minutes.
22 minutes? I think we should charge it back up and be for another like 20 before we make a move.
Cool, charging up.
Then we're gonna make another hop and then sit there, and then I'm gonna call it because I cannot stream late. I'll just want to complete these combat sites. I'm pretty sure I can actually run all right, you are charging. Okay, I see that. I can actually run this little guy for low. We'll see how it goes. Four size 2 missiles or 8 size 1s? I think right now size 1 would be better, just, you know, to deplete the countermeasures or something. Alright, let's try this little boy. Just like level 1s or something. There was something in system. Should I be able to do level 2s with it? Okay, bubble up. I can hear it. Cotter purple, yeah. Let's just try with this one. Just faster in doing that. I mean, I will struggle killing, I guess.
Catch you guys tomorrow.
Alright, see you later, Diddy. Man, I love how these ships look, these frigates from Galanti. I just love them. Speaking of unique ship designs, by the way. Right, you're still watching Zixel on Nova, right? Zixel? Wait, what's that? Why so many markers here? Wait, that's Diddy. Who's that? That's Nova. Why there's like a circle one rotating with me like someone is in my back? Whatever. All right. Where was that? Current system. Let's go. Hey, did you just give him your link viral? Oh my, you just, bro. I will ban him right now. Literally. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. What is going on here? Someone is already fighting? Let's go! Charge! Wait, why is only one hobgoblin on drones? I need to separate them. Attack! What's my optimal? My optimal is 2. I can orbit at 2. Oh shit, I'm taking some damage right there. That's weird why I wasn't shooting. Okay, let's go. I should be able to rev the shit out for sure. The damage. Yeah, they're not going through. It's weird. What my drones are fighting, I don't get it. They're fighting a different guy. They didn't follow my command. Okay, it's fine. Go here. Attack this guy. I'm getting some capacitor with a Nosferatu on him. It's fine. Set. Can I, like, set it as set default to 50? That's nice. Orbit. One tick of an afterburner will be good. Alright, orbit. Yeah, let's get close to the guy, because I'm out of range completely. Just burn, burn, burn. Get his cap, start attacking. Whee! Is he trying to attack my drones? No, he's trying to attack another player, okay. F. There should be a hotkey for orbit, right? W. Okay, it's W. Alright. We return to dock. No more. No one here anymore. I'm not gonna bother with looting. I don't really care in it. Yeah, they're set to aggressive, yeah. It's fine. Now I need, before I do anything else, I need to move drone new group. Attack drones. And move these guys to a new group. EC drones. Alright, that's better. Okay. Do people get pissed when you do like that? Like, I just, like, jumped in and assisted him. They probably get pissed. I shouldn't do that. That's not polite kind of thing, right? I should have left him alone. I was trying to test stuff, so kind of feel a little bit bad doing that. Yeah, default ranges, yeah, I do remember that. But yeah. Do we have anything else? Okay, drones are picked up. The current system. I don't know if I can I do the 2? I don't think I can do the 2. Right? I'm kind of afraid. Let's see me die. Maybe I can warp out in time. Let's see, I gotta get concentrated here. Watch me die. In a one quick step. Yeah, but I'm bad, you know what I mean? Oh, okay. It's being done already by... Oh shit, Mordus Mihi or whatever those ships are called. I don't think I've ever seen a player owned, because I haven't played in a while. Alright. Why? It was cleared. Why does it even show it to me? Alright, let's go then and try do the 2. Yeah, just don't stop moving. Yeah, just a gel tank basically. Yeah. Someone saying good fight in the local chat. And they are Russian by the bracket. Judging by the smiley bracket. Alright. Opportunities. Warp site. Rogue drones. Why do they have a warning out of a sudden? Like, why there is a specific warning for rogue drones? Okay, I definitely need more ammo. I've ate through like 100 ammo already. Okay, I just wasn't aware how much ammo I need to carry with me, so I'm gonna be aware with that. I hope rogue drones don't scramble. Yeah, this is definitely not everything I'm gonna encounter, so... Don't stop moving. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Don't stop moving. I don't think I need AB here. Can I even take the capacitor from drones? Do they have such thing as capacitor? Bro, why my drone overlay is so weird? Why there is so much empty space? Okay. Oh, that is like, I don't even notice them for now. Yeah, I know how nosing works, but does it work? Wait, oh, yes, you can nos any NPC. Yeah, for players, you have to have lower. Yeah, I remember that from the old times, yeah. Like, your nos basically tries to equalize the cap, right? And I think it's also in percentage, so it's not like that's it. Oh shit, that was weird. That was kind of fast. Yeah, it's not raw cap, it's like percentage. Yeah. Shift F, Shift R. Okay, F attack. Okay, yeah, Shift F. Yeah, it's a percentage base. I just need to finish enough of them so I clear that objective. Doing this. And as far as I understand, you cannot get level 3s in the high sack. Church drill, right? That's low sack. And level 3 and 4s are low sack, level 5s are null sack, correct? Oh shit. We got party here. In a Vexer, alright, it's fine. Current system. Oh, that's where I am? Okay. Not gonna interfere. Don't want to be a little bitch. Yeah. I haven't played like in 14 years overall, so I have even less idea, man. Like, I don't count, like 3 years ago, I played with my buddy for like a month. I just don't count that. That was pure, like, PvE kind of, oh, hello. But what is going on? No, where's? They're just, like, farming it like crazy. Okay. Wait, wasn't it? It's just 2 were in the current system. Well, that's 0.4. I'm dead. In 0.4, I'm gonna go there. It doesn't show me any other opportunities. We might as well. What was the? What was? I don't remember the home system. I always keep forgetting it. Fuck. Can you extend the search further? Like than further than one jump away?
Warp drive active.
Still no catches, guys, by the way. Our Star Citizen experience is wonderful. All right, this guy's farming here. Wait, why everyone shooting me? This guy's just standing still there and they're not attacking him? What's the fucking deal with that? I don't know, I'll let him be. So in Eve, high sec is like walled off from... No, it's not. If you're really asking for it, if you carry like something like 2+ billion in your cargo holder, you will get suicide ganked. They will die, but you will lose, and they will pick up what's your leftovers on their other accounts. No, NPC stations cannot be nuked. Neither in HiSec nor in NullSec. No, NPC stations are completely invulnerable, I think. You cannot attack them. But player stations can be attacked both in HiSec, LowSec, and NullSec. In HiSec, if you own a station, another corporation or alliance can do a war deck on you, war declaration. The moment they war deck on you, they can attack you. It's like basically, I think like sometimes I think like HiSec PvP is a little bit too much in Eve, but it's just how the game goes. Like, I don't know, like, this thing, like, this rule, like, whenever you carry something, like, over, like, 1.5, 2 bills in a cargo holder, you're already getting, like, almost 100% ganked around Jita. It's, like, a little bit insane, I think, but, yeah. Like, you cannot even play peacefully, like, in HiSec, you know, but it is what it is. You can work around that stuff. To the point when you, like, carry that amount, you know how to behave to avoid that, basically. That's fine. But high security problems, you shouldn't think about it, Gorgon. There is like nothing that should worry you at this point of your gameplay, like at all. Just make sure you never jump into 0.4 or below, right? And that's it. Man, this is fucking weird. Combat anomalies, 2 jumps away. Basic gun. How does it work? Whatever. Can I do a tier 3 in a assault frigate? I don't think so, right?
Warp drive active.
I think it's too much. Yeah, you will understand that before you get to that point. It could only be a problem to players like me who return after not playing for like 10 years and forget like the dangers, but they have a lot of like assets. And they're, oh, I'm gonna, oh shit, Triglavians, whatever. I'm gonna carry this shit A to B, boom, dead. You know, minus 5 billion. Current system, okay.
Warp drive active.
How much is one Plex? Like a month would cost you around 2.5 bills. Blue's red? Oh shit.
It's a Mustang Alpha.
Really? Alright. I'm not warping out then in Eve. It's all good. Let him be, I guess.
Yep.
I already started to try to warp out and actually get to the game, but nope. It's a Mustang Alpha. Let's continue, guys. Was it Shift F or Control F? Shift F. What is gonna launch if I do this? Attack drones? Yeah, it launched attack drones. Okay, cool. Everything's good, or he's trying to fight?
He's approaching us.
Really?
And he's in SCM. I'll scare him off.
Why my W isn't working? Like, I don't understand it. I should specifically point mouse on the enemy? Is that how it works? I just don't really get it. I need to hold W then click it. Well, it didn't work like that. I used, like, yeah, you either hold and click or you select the target and then clicked, I guess. I'll leave the big guy for later. Just gonna keep targeting him and nosing him for now. All right. Gonna crash into this, but I cannot be asked to even bother. I just went through it. Also, right? Just like in Star Citizen, guys.
Blue's red again.
All right.
C2.
All right. Oh my god. Intercept with
Yep.
I need to warp out somewhere.
Module has run out of charges.
Get in.
Warp drive active.
He's dampened.
Yeah. Hmm. I'll scan him. Oh, he's saying, can we negotiate the price? Let me see. Stop shooting him. Yeah, he's empty. How much we're gonna charge him?
He's empty.
Yeah.
That's disappointing. It takes what, like 26 minutes to spawn a new one?
All right. 100K. It's fine, guys. I don't care. But we have to switch the server now. You just don't see the chat, but yeah. Turn off the dampener. Oh, this is hilarious. Like, the dude like have probably like hundreds of millions at this point. Nice to deal with a non-NPC player. Nice
Props
to
to him for
deal
reacting
with
so
a non-NPC player. I ain't snitching. He's actually not telling the chat where we are. He said, I ain't snitching. That was fun. Yeah, he's not even trading. He's doing something else. He's empty. Yeah, but we might as well change the server after this. No one is gonna come this route because they instantly put up in chat their guesses where we are at. So.
All right, snare's coming down.
Yeah. Considering I'm giga glitched, I don't even care. I think if the snare is coming down, but let's see how it works out. Yeah, I'm not getting any response. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
I also think it's interesting that I'm trespassing in my own ship.
Yeah. Totally legit game. Alright. That was good. That's how a normal person would behave. Like, hey guys, let's make a deal, you know, it's all good. No need. No need for excessive violence, right? Right. I'm switching and joining me whenever you're ready.
Will do. Right now I'm trying to convince the game that I own this ship.
Oh, nice.
It won't let me bedlog.
Alright. Where was I? Was it this one? Current system? Yeah.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. So where was I? Here. That little shit goes pretty good with an afterburner. Not probably the best one in its class, but it's like it breaches 1,000 meters per second, which is nice. Like, I know how it works. I just have no intention into investing into it. It's like everything will come on its own, like, you know, in its own time kind of thing. It's too far away for user one. Like, why? It's so weird how it works. But when it's selected here, it will do the like, I just don't understand. So wild. How does W works? Feels like I don't get it. I mean, it kind of is a spreadsheet. Yeah, I understand the logic of it. It's just the moment I will start seeing a necessity for it, I'll start like doing that, right? Oh my god, like I heard the bubble pop on the background and like, who the fuck popped the heavy introduction field in Eve? And then I realized it was Star Citizen sound. Because like in Eve there are also ships that would do that, like create a bubble. Oh, one of my drones is getting screwed.
See 5 players at Everest Harbor.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good sign.
You see, it's not going to the orbit. Why? Only when I do it through the overview, I can click and then like select. Otherwise, I have to hold W and click on the targeted targets. Yeah, you either move your mouse here and select here. Because like, if I do like this, watch. If I do like this, I press W. It does nothing. If I do like this, it starts orbiting. If I want to orbit, like, let's cancel the orbiting. If I want to orbit from here, I have to hold and then click. It's weird. It doesn't allow you both ways, but it is what it is.
interesting. One of the ships spawning at Everest is a blue.
Now they're probably gonna camp right there on the spot. Double press, no, it just keeps like doing this orbit. You see me spamming W like this? It keeps like just blinking. So it wants me to hold and then like click something that I've been targeting, or like this. Click this here. But here, like let's say I do here. When I click here like this and this window becomes active, right? And I select something here, I can click W and it will change the target to what is selected here when the overview window is active. Double clicking with a mouse will make you approach. Maybe you can set like do it's gonna be contextual like target or some logic or something. It will approach, open cargo, whatever. How much more of these I have to do? 4 more. Let me just get actually my pilot seat in Star Citizen. Not that it will change zero content, but you know, never hurts. All right, we do not have anyone looking at your name currently, right?
Yeah, not yet.
All right, maybe then until Nova is here, I should just actually keep looking. All right. I should keep looking and watching. Yeah, you can do like you can do that. You can do like either in space here like this, or you can hold here. Yeah, you can do that. Yes, I am. We're gonna sit on this server for like half an hour, and I'm actually gonna call the stream. And if we catch nothing, then we catch nothing. At least I discovered like this meta. I can play EVE actually and pretend I'm playing Star Citizen, so that's good. The sooner it ends, the sooner you catch something. That is very true, yeah. Gotta go and buy a shit ton of small void ammo. My main monitor actually right now is Eve, and SC is like on a background below it. But I watch Star Citizen by watching at my OBS and looking at Zixel's name, waiting for it to turn red. I'm just looting the rec side. Also, we get a nice soundtrack going from Eve, you know, it has its benefits, right? So it sees the second monitor game, yeah. I mean, for what I do, with the current state of the game, it kind of is. That's like the problem. Oh man, we've been begging about this shit for years. They had it coming, and then it disappeared from the progress tracker. Yeah, I will try not to get into multi-boxing. Like, it's just the times of me doing that are kind of gone, but I eventually will probably end up activating like at least one account, I guess, when like my industrial account or something, like industrial slash exploration account. Yeah, I don't think I will need a Sino out anytime soon, not gonna lie. Hey, 18 hours until salvaging 4. I can use those faction salvaging drones. That wasn't bad, actually. It was salvaging drones. I was running the Sleipnir, and you just go into the sites, and yeah, you drop the tractor beam. Just don't use like combat drones. Just start killing shit, and salvaging drones on the background will like slowly do their job. And what's wonderful, if you send them without the target, they will start salvaging one rack after another. You don't need to control them. Only when you've completely cleared the event, you want to like multitask them, like one salvage drone per target, so it's more efficient. I wish they would do that by themselves, but unfortunately they don't. You'd love Blue Blops gameplay? I don't know what... Oh, Black Ops? Yeah, man. Honestly, I don't enjoy like gameplay above battle cruiser level. The bigger the ship, the less I enjoy the gameplay. It's just me. It's just me. Oh, yeah, okay, I know what you mean. My Star Citizen, I cannot actually see what's going on in Star. Oh, server error.
Server error.
Oh, it's a server error. Right. Fantastic.
This is the typical gameplay.
Bro, what is like? I don't know what's going on today, man, but it's getting more and more ugly, literally
like
with
this
every
yesterday,
day.
too.
But it's
Like, every
it's even
server
worse.
has minutes long interaction delay, and then occasionally these server errors too.
I don't know where we're going at this pace. Like, I don't know. Okay, I don't want to be too like doom kind of guy right now, because I am in my head. Like, I'm having this thoughts like, is it even possible to do what they want to do on a stable level? Like, can we even get there? Or all of this is just this like, yeah.
It's a dangerous thought hole to go down. I've definitely done that a little bit lately, but there's still a lot left to see, and they have a lot to prove.
Yeah.
But they have an opportunity to prove it. So I'm a bit in a wait and see approach.
Yeah.
I think it's laughable that they expect to get 4.0 out, but I mean, getting server meshing out in a test universe, I could see.
Yeah, I think we'll end up like they will end up delivering like server meshing. It's gonna go on PTU around SitCon / anniversary sale, somewhere in between there.
Yeah.
And then it will stay on PTU. Like, maybe we'll have even a 0.3 patch or something, and it's gonna stay on PTU for God know how long. I think that's what's gonna happen. And then it's gonna be even worse, because if they don't wipe with 0.2, then the game is already dead, right? And
and then all the players will just be in their hangars.
And then the players will be in their hangars, and then on top of that, like, the publicly available server meshing PTU is out, so like majority of active players go there. So any interaction gameplay is dead on live. Like, it's just like destroyed, thrown up from the cliff down into the abyss. It's non-existent, and then you can literally do nothing on the PTU. Like, the moment you're done, like getting excited about server meshing, like the week after, unless there is something ridiculously new, which I don't believe we will have besides the server meshing itself. And on top of that, struggling with probably every 5-minute 30Ks and all the bugs that will come initially with server meshing. Like, piracy is not there, because like, whom are you gonna pirate? Everyone has like millions, no one is doing anything. Someone who will probably test trading. Like, it's just maybe if the server meshing will give us the increased player counts on PTU, we would just, like, you know, dick around and do whatever with players, mess with them, I don't know, try to find like miners, exploring new locations. Like, it won't be like real like kind of gameplay, because there will be like absolutely like no goals, because it's PTU, and everyone will cry about us messing with them on PTU as always. Go to Arena Commander, go to live servers, all those salty comments. But maybe there will be something to do. But considering how long this period would be, I'd imagine, due to the fact of making it somewhat stable to push to live, and live being completely dead, I don't even know how it's gonna end up, because yeah, because I think we will be lucky if we will see a 4.0 with server meshing and Pyro going live like somewhere in Christmas. Right? Well, yeah, I've read that Sanala. It's whatever. It's whatever. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying, dude. I think we will be lucky if whatever they're gonna release to PTU on CitizenCon would go live on Christmas. We would be lucky. And I think it's okay to expect it to go on live servers like Q1 2025. I that could just be a thing, yeah. Are you spooling the bubble?
Yep.
Right, guys, we're gonna wait for like 20 more minutes and then I have to do stuff. Oh shit, you know what? Don't spool the bubble. I just realized, don't. I have to call it. I don't have 20 minutes because I have something to do. And before that, I need to go somewhere IRL and sort something out. I just remembered that. Guys, that's gonna be it. I hope you understand by looking at the state of the game. I hope you understand why I'm playing Eve. I apparently will continue to do so. No, Blues. It's before that I have to do something else. That's the thing. That's what I remembered. I hope you can understand why I'm playing even in background, because this is the state of the game. They never bothered to actually address the critical issues on the game. This is what you get. Right? And until they continue to do so, that's what the game state is going to be. Yeah. If you have any like advices, Cutlet, you know what? It would be fun if you do X and Y. Just feel free to you know, put up your concerns in a DM. It's not that I promise that I will do something you want me to do, but I'll at least consider it. But yeah, for now, it is what it is. I'm really in a hurry. I will not even raid anyone. Maybe unless Noodle is streaming. Let me see. Is Noodle streaming by any chance? Eve? No, he's not streaming. Yeah, I won't like look for the streams. I gotta run. I'll see you tomorrow with more waiting. Maybe we'll come up with something. Yeah, and until then, yeah, goodbye. Catch you later. Peace.
In the depths of space, where chaos reigns, a legend awakens to play his games. Collects his name, feared far and wide. With steel in his eyes, he'll never abide. He's back in the fold, with vengeance untamed, to reclaim his throne in the game he's framed. Through piracy's fire, he'll forge his own fate. With Star Citizen spirit, he'll never abate. Cutlet returns with a roar in the void. His ship a beast, his crew deployed. Against all odds, they'll rise once more. For the hardcore spirit, they'll fiercely soar. The Deaths may try to dull their edge, but true players know it's their game's pledge. With each new patch, they adapt.